Good morning. Hello, my fellow trial geeks. How are you? I am Lauren Cadillac, aka OG Cadillac, aka Mother of the Decade, aka the coolest lawyer you've ever met, aka your favorite YouTuber, aka Mother of a Longhorn, aka looks 10 years younger than she really is. Good morning. Thank you, Gazi. Good morning. Thank you, everyone that's here. There's like 50 of you before I even got here. That's fantastic. I really appreciate all of you. My goodness. Sharia. Welcome to the chat. We have the best chat on the internet, period, end of story. Period, end of story. Good morning, other CG. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see y'all. Yes, Raymond, I am 28. You are right. Thank you. All right, before we get into this week, I can't remember. I think I told you last week, but I remembered this morning about how much it bothered me, so I thought I should talk about it again. When I went to Atlanta last week, I did ask them, like, do you not have a objection for non-responsive? So let me tell you what that is real quick. Good morning, Jiggy. Good morning, Raymond. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so let's say I have Jiggy on the stand. He's my witness. And I say, Jiggy, is the sky blue? And he goes, yes, but sometimes it's also like a greenish color. And when the sun sets, objection, non-responsive. Everything he said after yes is non-responsive. It doesn't answer the question. It's just talking, right? So we have that objection. And when a witness just starts to ramble on, that's what we do. We say objection, non-responsive. We get them to shut up. And I haven't seen them use that. So I'm like, why not? Is this not an objection in Georgia? Like, what the? When I went there, I asked Max Shard, YSL Shard, and he said that they do in fact have that objection, but as part of their strategy, they are not using it. So, okay, that was like, if you recall, as we led up to the Atlanta trip, that was like the main question I had. It's like, why aren't you guys doing this? They just said it's strategy. So, morning, Red Bunny. Oh, CG says thought I was 21. Thank you. Funny story. For the first, 4 or 5 years of my son's life, I lied to him about my age. I told him I was 21. And then I think when he was like 4, I told him I was 21, and he was like, no. And he counted from 0 to 22. And he's like, see, you have to be 22 because, like, that's how numbers work. So I was like, cool, I'm 22. So finally, when I was 29, I told him my real age. Like, sorry, I've been lying to you your whole life. It's not really important what my age is. It's important that I'm a good, wonderful, loving mother, right? We lie about Santa, so. Okay. All right, so before we get into what went on this week, I want to make a couple announcements. My birthday is on September 21st. That is the most important day of the year. There is a song. It is such an important day. There is a song about it, okay? By Earth, Wind, and Fire. I won't sing to you because I care about you, and I want you to come back. But there is a song about my birthday. I happen to be one of those Virgos that celebrates her birthday from September 1st until she gets tired of it sometime around September 25th. Okay. This year, for my birthday, I am actually gonna be, drum roll, 43 years old. I'm gonna be 43. So, for my birthday, any during the month of September, because like I said, my birthday starts September 1, any super chat, any Cashapp donation, any merch purchase, any form of money that I earn through YouTube, through you guys, I'm going to donate 43% of it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Okay. Yep, 21st. Most important day. Oh, King Devin, is yours the 13th? Oh, we're going to have like a whole Virgo party. Shelly, yours Valentine's Day. You're an Aquarius. I find that the closer someone is to Valentine's Day, the less likely they are able to commit. Like the closer your birthday is to V-Day, the less likely you are able to commit to a long-term partner, at least for men. That's been my experience. So, okay, so the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, 2 years in a row, the last 2 years in a row, has run missions, We Will Find You, I think they call it, and they take off the list of 37,000 or more American children that are missing, at risk, run away from like foster care, you know, kids that are really feel forgotten. They take that list and they find, this year they found over 200 children who were being human trafficked and rescued them. And those 200 children were from that list of the high risk, you know, former foster care, really just kids that people are usually not going to the news about, people are not usually putting like a huge effort to find. They are doing it and they are finding it. So what I would love, I think would be so cool, is if we are able in the month of September with 43% of your contributions through, like I said, super chats, everything, if our channel could fund a rescue mission like that, that would be so dope. At least if we can just contribute. So personally, I'm donating $50 a month to this organization. I think the work they do is wonderful. If you know about my background, I am an abused child. I did not go into foster care, but I am very sensitive to children who suffered abuse, to children who have to run away from abuse, and I want to help them help them. Help this organization help children. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take contributions, 43%, to recognize me on my 43rd birthday, though I only look 21. I know, it's crazy. Like, how can someone who looks 21 be 43? I don't know. It's wild. Shelly says she's a foster parent and adopted one of the children. That's beautiful, Shelly. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, Susan, both your sons are Virgos. Interesting. But thank you, Shelly, for that. Kay, you are September 21st, 1978, which is actually the year the song about our birthday came out. Happy early birthday. I know technically it's still only August, but I just wanted to let y'all know about it. Like, if you want, go donate to this. This group is doing really good work. So I just want to, like, make sure everyone's aware of the work that's being done and see if we can start to get I don't know, some awareness, some movement, some money. Okay, Cammie, you're right. The fact that we're on week 36 of this bullshit. First of all, let's just talk about this real quick. When you are pregnant, when a human creates another human through the pregnancy, that's how we create humans, that is a 40-week process, all right? They consider, like, I think the first day of your last period. And so technically, I don't know, but anyhow, the calculation, it's 10 months. It's a 40-week pregnancy, okay? By the time you hit about 32, 33 weeks, maybe 34, 35, depending on how patient you are ready to evacuate the fetus. So, like, it's like, give me the Tabasco sauce. Let me walk 8 miles. Like, get this thing out of me. I'm ready to be a mom. I'm ready to cuddle my baby. I am sick of being stretched to the bone. And those feelings that I personally experienced in pregnancies, particularly 36, as you get to 36 weeks, are similar to the feelings I'm having now about this fucking trial. We're in the 3rd trimester. And I'm so sick of it, guys. I am so sick of it. Okay, so my patience is wearing thin with this trial. I just feel like, I was so excited about a new judge and an opportunity for, a constitutionally just trial. Okay. Fair is asking too much, but constitutionally just is what I was at least expecting. It ain't happening. We got Glanville 2.0. So I've decided it's less the judges as it is the state law of Georgia. It must be the law of Georgia because this sucks. This is unbelievable. Okay. Let's talk about this. What I like to do. So, born September 21st. I'm a Virgo, but I have a lot of Libra, right? Because I'm right near the cusp. So I have a lot of for me, everything is about both sides of the story. Part of the reason I think I'm a good lawyer is because I can argue the same sentence both ways, right? That, and I can take legal concepts and make them regular people and talk to them, hey guys, this is what this means for real. Okay, so anyhow, the what was I got distracted with what a great lawyer I am. Okay, so I put myself in other people's shoes, right? Unless those people work for the government, because I would never be in their shoes, ever. So there's no even point in trying to sympathize or empathize in that manner. But I put myself in the shoes of the defendants, right? And I put myself in the shoes of Americans, someone who's being, J.K., we got this every day. Okay, somebody who's being prosecuted by our government. I want you all to understand. I think most of my viewers understand, but if you're new to the channel, or maybe you're watching because you're a hater, welcome. But good morning, Tall Glass. The prosecution is the government, and where the government can have the broadest and greatest and most extreme effect on your life is in a criminal prosecution. All right. So here we have the government in a criminal prosecution having a broad hold on these people's lives. These people are incarcerated because the government decided they should be, right? They're in jail. They're behind bars. They can't be out here living the way we are living. To me, if my government's going to come at me that way, I want them to come prepared. If the government is going to come at me, a citizen, then come with the fucking receipts and have them in order. I'm sick of this trial. I'm sick, just as I would be at the 36th week of pregnancy. I am sick of this trial. But the reason I'm sick of this trial is not because, my breasts are leaking milk and I weigh 800 extra pounds and I can't sleep on my left side. The reason I'm sick of this trial is because the government is coming after our fellow citizens unprepared. And instead of the quote referee, which I've already done a rant with y'all about how I hate that bullshit, but the quote referee actually reffing, the referee is giving the government time to prepare. How were you not prepared when you indicted them? How did you not have at least a semblance of organization of thought when you wrote the indictment? Oh my God. It just, I mean, like, it's so frustrating. Okay, so the last time I saw my YSL people was last Friday. I did come live on Wednesday to talk about the Sarah Boone case. That's that girl who zipped her boyfriend in a suitcase, okay? That is wild. She is wild. That is wild for totally different reasons, all right? I'm doing that on Wednesdays. So if you're interested in that crazy case, and that's crazy for like totally like because of her crazy, not the government crazy, then please join us on Wednesdays for that. This case is crazy because of the government. This is I can't. It's out of control. Okay. So when I last saw you about the YSL case on Friday morning, they were in trial, and then we did our recap, whatever. So Friday evening, some shit went down. First of all, Friday, they're having these sound issues, right? So they don't have trial today because they have these sound issues that have to be fixed. I don't think the sound issues can be fixed. I think the sound issues are the recordings. I think the recordings suck, and I think they're like hard to interpret, you know? So I don't know that it's a sound issue, but they're fixing the sound issues today. So last Friday evening, we're going to start, the judge dismissed the jury a bit early, and so then she dismissed Woody. So we're going to start there, and then they get into, you know, some conversations. Then we spent this whole week, Monday through Thursday, this week, they did motions hearings. These type of motions hearings typically take place pre-trial. Before the jury's even chosen, you usually have these motions. So the fact that they have a jury seated and they're just now doing these, it's gross. It is gross. Me, my viewers, Americans, we must demand better. We must. Okay. So let's go into it. This is Friday. Woody's leaving the stand. Okay? So it's a week ago today. Here we go. Bye-bye, Woody. Oh, yeah. Last week, Miss Love and I had on the same color. I was like, wow, that sucks.
There was one other solution that we could potentially use. We have a Mondo board at the district attorney's office. We were not allowed to use it with the configuration that we had previously where the jurors were sitting in front of the box.
I don't know what a Mondo board is.
I'll describe it. It's a very large computer screen, a very large computer on wheels that has a speaker attached to it, which may be loud enough for everyone in the far end of the courtroom to hear it undistorted, as well as allowing the jury to hear it.
Okay.
If the court is...
Do you want to wheel it up here and let's give it a shot?
That was going to be my request, yes. So I'm having someone bring it over.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question about the Mondo board?
Okay, here we go.
Are you going to be able to hook that headphone up to it so Mr. Copeland can hear off the Mondo board?
It would actually be easier to reach the headphones with the Mondo board being where we anticipate.
We'll give it a shot.
Y'all, Miss
Somebody
Love's little
stand in
giggle
for
is
Mr.
driving me fucking crazy. if I could get $2 for every time she did that, I could retire tomorrow. I swear to God.
Copeland, since I've released him, and see if you can hear sufficiently and undistortedly through the earphones, headphones. Okay, while we wait, why don't we get a jump on our next week's work?
Okay.
Who's ready on anything? Y'all should be ready on something by now.
Is somebody ready at all? So, this judge is coming in going, why hasn't any of this work been done?
Okay.
Why is this
All
way?
right. On the PowerPoint, we should have states either written or ready to have oral response by now.
Well, actually, Judge, I had not finalized that. I know
Okay.
we're getting a deadline. I was going.
Okay. Well, one side's ready, but I don't know how y'all are ready when you haven't given them your.
The final, no.
Okay, so we're not ready on that. And I know that we haven't filed. Okay, let me ask you this: how about the issue of the Ryan motion to suppress his statement because of the incomplete Miranda warnings, or allegedly incomplete Miranda warnings?
So we need, I don't know if the court is addressing us, but if the court is, we need to have a Jackson.
Still not ready.
general
Still
hearing
not
that-
ready.
that is not-
Y'all, this is day 113. 113 days. And y'all aren't ready? You're still not ready? Hell no, free YSL. I am not pregnant. I have 2 children. I am the mother of the decade. I am not having any more babies in my body. Thank you very much. Back to this. Sorry, that was a horrifying question. Must answer. Your 113 days. And then the PowerPoint, we're going to get into the PowerPoint. This PowerPoint they're talking about on Friday, they go and talk about this last week, and they spend like a fucking hour on it, and then Miss Love's like, well, we'll just withdraw it. The way this prosecution is managing this case is how the government thinks money works. Okay, like I did a contract with the city of Dallas. I got this huge contract 2019. I'm this little firm, just me. And I got a contract with the city of Dallas to help do like title cleanup work. So basically, if you guys saw the video where I'm talking to Woody about, people do things to their title, they mess it up. Or if someone dies, you have to do something and most people don't do anything. So anyhow, my contract with the city was to try to do this type of work and repair these things. The reason, well, there were several reasons I absolutely regretted every bit of that contract. But the biggest reason is that the city always wanted to have these meetings with me where we did nothing. And I'm like, look, I bill hourly, motherfuckers, okay? My time is literally money. It's $3.50 an hour. Every 6 minutes is $35. Or I'm sorry, every 10 minutes, every sixth of an hour is $35. So I literally see my time as money. And they would sit there and waste all this time, which in my mind equates specifically, exactly $2. Time, like I literally can tell you how much my time is worth to the penny. That's what this government is doing. That's what all governments do. That's like what the founding fathers put the fucking Constitution in place to try to limit this because they knew that people would go crazy and they knew the government was awful. But this is a great example of how the government just goes out and wastes our money. And then all of a sudden we have to have like a bond, like a bond election and vote on a bond and do a special this and a special assessment here. Well, we're having to do those special assessments because these morons are spending our money incorrectly. Because they're being completely inefficient with our pennies. Ugh. Gets me so mad. This is what makes me sound Republican. This kind of shit makes me sound Republican, okay? Quit wasting my money, goddammit. Alright, we'll get back to it.
Where I placed my focus, we were trying to make certain that other things the court instructed were done by today.
Okay, well, what was it that you were supposed to be doing by today? That
We were working on with the accompanying exhibits for the next 30.
So when were you going to get all of this 3 pages worth of things we're going to tackle next week to the court and to the defense for their consideration? Sunday at midnight. All right, well, let me ask.
Judge is making jokes, so we can send it to us Sunday at midnight, because that's the MO of the state. But the judge will make a fucking joke. She won't actually do anything about it. You're going to make them sit through a stupid class? Like, come on. That's not going to do anything. That's not going to change behavior.
You this. On the Ryan motion to suppress, have you looked at it? Do you believe that the Miranda is complete? That the Miranda warnings are complete?
Your Honor, my position on that is that Mr. Ryan and his ability at this point to move to exclude that evidence would be untimely. Number one, he has been convicted of it, and I believe that having heard it, there's an argument to be made on both sides, frankly. I hear what the officer is saying, and I think that there's just an argument to be made on both sides, to be fair. So,
do you think that
I mean, look how irritated the judge looks, right? Like, she's so irritated by this. But the repercussion of the irritation, it's like not equal. Like, it's irritation, but like doing something about it is way down here. And I don't get that, because if I am this judge, I'm like, oh, no. These people's lives are on the line. Don't come to my courtroom with people's lives on the line unprepared.
law supports that if an incomplete Miranda is given, that the statement can nonetheless be used against the defendant?
Not in the state's case in chief.
And y'all didn't use it in the case in chief, did you?
Not in the previous trial.
All right. And yet you think that you have some law that would permit you to use
Look
it
how frustrated Love looks. Did you see that?
in some later trial against the same defendant?
That's not what I was saying.
Okay. Well, I guess I will just wait eagerly to see what it is that your argument is going to be on that. Just trying to think of.
And she's such a smartass, right? Well, I guess I'll just wait eagerly. But that's not doing anything. Your passive aggression does nothing.
Some of the really
And I am willing to speak.
easy things.
I am willing to speak to Mr. Williams more after we get a couple of other things situated.
Which Mr. Williams?
Miss D. Williams.
Oh, Miss D. Williams.
D. Williams.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you said Mr. Williams. Apparently I'm hard of hearing too.
No, so I will communicate with her, and if our position changes such that it becomes a moot issue, she'll know and the court will know before Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, I know that I haven't, Mr. Weinstein, gotten your promised motion to exclude.
Okay, Melissa. She is trying to shame Miss Love. The judge is trying to shame Miss Love into doing her job. That works almost everywhere. The reason I'm not going in unprepared is because I don't want to be shamed by a judge. Like that the shaming, it works on me. It works on most lawyers. Like most of us, like, to become a lawyer, to have the desire to go to law school and then make it through all 3 years of law school and then sit for the GD bar and then come out and do this actual job, like you have to have a bit of like mental insanity, okay? Like we are not the same as like regular people, because regular people don't torture themselves that way, right? They don't, like, we borrow money for this torture. So like most of us are triggered by shaming. Like the majority of lawyers, the shaming will work. It does not work on Miss Love because she has no shame. She has no shame. That's why it doesn't work. All right, so you'll see, like, I hear judges shaming people all day, every day. Okay, like, and that's why when I say this would not fly in a Dallas courtroom, that's because you would get shamed out of there. Okay, like, it would not fly in a Dallas courtroom. That judge would be such a bitch. I would never come back to her courtroom. Well, I mean, I would have to, but I would come back prepared. Damn it. So.
Mr. Kendrick's
she's shaming, but shame doesn't work
couple
on,
of hours
on
of his statement. But the teaser was that y'all had just found out that he was represented by an attorney in an unrelated matter, and therefore law enforcement should have reached out to that attorney before questioning him in this matter. Am I right about what the basic theory is?
That's the basic theory, but
Okay.
I am not prepared to argue that today, and I am
Okay.
still working on the motion. And
Okay.
I think that Mr. Apt maybe clarified that would be filed tomorrow.
Yeah, he did. That just pretty much seems like black letter law to me as well. And I don't know, maybe there's some U.S. Supreme Court cases that have come out recently or since I took criminal law in law school that answer that question differently than how I was taught it. But so I will also eagerly await whatever your legal theory is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Perhaps that's why I'm still working on it.
I love Weinstein. That sassy passive aggressive shit is never gonna work on him ever, dude. Please. Thank you, Your Honor. That's how I react to that passive aggressive. Oh well, thank you. Because I'm passive aggressive too. Okay. you're fighting with the best when you come up against me. All right.
Perhaps that's why. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know if there's any point in going back over the list that I have reviewed with y'all almost every day this week, because there may be nothing that both sides are ready on. And I realize that.
3, we would ask, because I wouldn't see a need to admit both the original posting and the posting where it's popped out. But just as a next layer of confirmation as to the date that it was posted, we would ask, hey, how do you know? And then that person would say, well, you can also hover over the picture or the post.
Okay, so this is where I wanted to go. There is this posting, I guess, that the prosecution wants to present, where the screenshot has someone with their mouse hovering over so that it shows the date. Okay, so that's like hard to authenticate. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting and difficult to authenticate, and so that's what they're talking about and how she would authenticate it.
Posting and the date pops out. And if the question becomes, well, did you do that? Yes, here's that exhibit with that pop out date.
All right. And is there any objection to, I know this shows like some comments also. Is there objection to that?
There is, and in my, as I was preparing an exhibit, we, in accordance with what usually has occurred, is we take out all the extra comments, and my prepared exhibit has that all taken out. So I just wanted to put I didn't want anyone to say I did anything to the one that I was putting in my motion. But can I inquire about that? Because just so the court understands, in this discovery dump 1 to 2, that's where this picture is, to my understanding. I know it's there. It may be other places. And it just says, it's a folder, it says social media, and then there's a bunch of pictures. I don't know at this point, unless I missed it, I don't know who hovered over what picture, who collected this, or anything like that. So I'm just trying to understand who's going to authenticate how this was collected and what date it was and how they hovered over picture.
Have we gotten to the production of that information yet?
Your Honor, we have that in we've turned over, actually they turned over attorney work product. So that information is contained within a report that was authored by, I believe, Mr. Sprinkle in our office. So and that actual picture is addressed directly.
Okay.
So in as much as we turn that report over,
All right. Sounds like it's Mr. Sprinkle.
he's one of the people who addresses that report, that social media posting,
Okay.
and what is contained and what it shows.
The person who collected this photo and hovered, or is he just making reports saying, I've got a pile of papers that are in a file and one of them happens to be a picture of Mr. Stillwell?
The way that we got the photo or knowledge that we should be looking there is from one of the investigators, the gang investigator, Gaither, who was working on the case, looking through social media files. Mr. Sprinkle, as I understand his report and as I understand my conversations with him, and I will make certain that what I'm saying is absolutely correct, Mr. Sprinkle addresses in his report this social media posting, and then he talks about the date that it was posted. My memory is that he talks about the popping out, but I have to look at that. But I know that it is definitely Mike Sprinkle and Investigator Gaither that, and as with the rest of them, he addresses quite a number of social media postings, both he and other investigators that have worked on the case.
All right. All right. So at least we've got that answered. Or not.
It's been answered respectfully, Your Honor, but I guess this is just my way of saying this evidence did show up in their list of exhibits that they plan to introduce in the near future, and I am flagging my objection for the reasons I stated, and I guess we'll see how things
Okay. Well,
transpire.
I mean, sounds like a maybe authentication objection, maybe.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So you're going to be put to the task of establishing that.
You'll be put to the task of doing your job. Okay, so first of all, whoever Mr. Sprinkles is, I swear to God, I posted a post. Is there, hold on, there's like a cat in Men in Black, right? Oh, his name is Orion the cat. I don't know why, but I thought the cat in Men in Black was named Mr. Sprinkles. Like, this is what Mr. Sprinkles reminds me of, right here. Just like... It's a cat. Okay, so anyhow, that's an unfortunate last name. I mean, it's kind of cool. Susie Sprinkles would be a cool name. All right, so here we are, 113 days into the trial, and the state is unprepared. So the judge, again, says go prepare. And she said this how many freaking times, right? All right. Well, luckily for the jury, they did not have to come in on Monday, and they were not plagued this week. I'm assuming they're considering this like I am imagining that the jurors are going like, why me, God? Why did I have to get chosen for this jury? What? I don't know, Tortamom. Like, I do not understand this judge at all and her acceptance of the state. I mean, for me, I don't know Georgia law. I'm not a Georgia lawyer, but if I'm a judge in Georgia, or I'm a judge based off the laws I do know, y'all aren't prepared. Get the hell out of here. Come back when you're ready. Come charge these guys later. Everyone's out. I don't know. I don't understand why it's so acceptable. Okay. So we come in Monday. The jury's like, thank you for giving us this day off, but also what did I do to deserve this? Why is my karma so bad? And the state and defense, everyone is here in the courtroom. And they're talking about, oh my God, all kinds of shit. It's so boring.
We intend to
All right, so
come
here we go.
before the witness that would
Okay,
introduce.
what witness will that be with?
Investigator Thor.
Well, y'all got him listed as witness number 5.
We do, but he has had,
Didn't Thorpe already
he
testify?
will be moved down based on some circumstances that have occurred in his,
Okay.
he has some personal matters.
Okay, so is it still gonna be Burnett, Sledge, Zachary, Dean, Morton, Sprinkle, the phone custodians, Bernie?
Okay, so they're going
Generally?
through the
Generally,
witness
yes.
list.
Okay, and then I guess Thorpe will be at the end of those now?
Baby K, if you want to know what the truth of the matter asserted is, you can go to my hearsay video. I did a video on hearsay probably about 2-3 months ago, and we talk extensively about the truth of the matter asserted. So head on over there.
Okay. And that PowerPoint, that's
with Dennis.
that's with Dennis. Okay.
Didn't Dennis already testify too?
So he's
I know Gaither testified.
several out. Okay. All right, so great. That'll give y'all some time to get together on that statement to sort Bruton issues. Mr. Steele, you also seemed to kind of be making a broad argument that nothing in his statement, in Mr. Kendrick's statement, even if it doesn't directly implicate your client standing alone, needs to be redacted, or there needs to be a limiting instruction about that. Do you have any law to back that up?
I'm trying to get proper
Okay,
law.
let's look at our suit here. I like Thug's suit today, even though the jury's not in. He's looking sharp.
In this case, there has been over objection the announcement that YSL is a criminal street gang that Mr. Williams, according to 3 supposed experts, is a member of. In addition to Trontavious Stevens, said that Mr. Williams is a member of. In addition to Mr. Walter Murphy, had Mr. Williams allegedly as a member of. There may be others. And then in Mr. Kendrick's statement to law enforcement on October 6th, 2015, he discusses YSL, the crew, the gang. So I think that under Bruton, it's an element of the offense of criminal street gang as well as RICO, that I believe that that does not indirectly but directly implicates Mr. Williams. But I'm looking for...
Okay, so Bruton is a case they talk about later, either on Wednesday or they talk about on Thursday. Something about Bruton would require limiting these like co-conspirator, the prosecution, everyth's a fucking co-conspirator statement. At one point during the week, someone says, Hillary Clinton is an unindicted co-conspirator. And I loved that. But anyhow, no, Amelia, there's no court today. The Bruton gets important later in the week, but it will create possibly the exclusion of some of these statements to particular defendants. So it's like, here's this evidence, but when you review this evidence, jury, you can't review it as to this guy, or this guy. All right.
law on that, but that I do not want to waive that issue. In addition,
Well, yeah, just get me some law and we'll take it. Sounds like it's not quite as time sensitive as we thought it was, but we still need to get moving on it. So try to give me the law that would cover that.
in addition, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No. I thought
Go ahead, I'm done.
you were done. Thought the sound record was done. Yes, I do want a limiting instruction, and that comes right out of the cases that I did cite, because that statement I cannot cross-examine. Mr. Adams cannot cross-examine Mr. Kendrick. That statement should be his alone.
That's right, because Kendrick is a co-conspirator who is not testifying. His statements cannot be used against everyone else. That's the Bruton. Because of the Sixth Amendment conflict clause, because they're not going to be able to cross-examine him on those statements.
And it's confrontation clause, so it does not move the conspiracy forward. So it's not a recognized exception.
Okay.
So the second part of the question was, do you have law for the limiting instruction? And I already provided, but I could provide more.
Okay.
Okay. And then I do want you to get with the state to try to come to
The judge
agreement
keeps wanting
as
them to
what
talk.
needs to get redacted to avoid Bruton, at least the classic Bruton issues, and we'll have to take up whether any kind of talk whatsoever about YSL gets included within that or not. But as to sort of
All right. Now,
Topic of discussion.
this girl works with D. Williams. I guess Miss D. Williams doesn't really like talking or something, so she's been having this gal work and do the talking for her.
In Brown, and in Brown, it was a robbery which happened 1 hour before the charged crime. If the state is going with it's part of the same transaction or series of transactions, then we have a very serious problem with proximity, because the case law is not anything a conspiracy does that happens over the lifetime of the conspiracy qualifies as intrinsic. It has to be closely linked with the others, closely linked with the other charged offenses within the indictment. Your Honor can look at Sanchez Villa versus State, just 341 Georgia App 264 from 2017. Within that case, the evidence the state was trying to present, the court found all of the cases the state submitted distinguishable. And the same is true here when Your Honor goes through the cases as far as being part of the same transaction or series of transaction as the charged offenses. This, like those cases, is attenuated in time. For ones which do have more time in between, they discuss how in those cases, the defendants in their other uncharged acts were in the exact same role. So in one, it was trafficking cocaine as the lookout. In the uncharged, trafficking cocaine as the lookout. There were very specifics linking them.
were any of these in the Sanchez Villa, either those facts or the cases that are distinguished, either a RICO charge that was involved or a gang enterprise?
I will double check because they go through quite a few cases. I'm going to have to look back through all of them. I think the hallmark of it that we get within Sanchez after they discuss all these cases, the evidence in this case, Sanchez case, is considerably more attenuated in time and space from the events leading up to the charge offense. So it offers little to help the state. They continue on and say that, well, as far as this goes, we're not in a circumstance of completing the story of the crime. This is just expanding it.
Yeah,
completely.
I mean, right, it's a different crime, but it might have been a different thing if they were charged with a RICO count in Sanchez. So that to me is what, if these were just whatever the other charges in the indictment are, then I would say, no, but it's the kind of enterprise nature and the ongoing nature that.
And I certainly.
And I think that's the rub, y'all. I believe that's the rub. I did a video for you
understand that you're not thinking to say, well, it's part of
about Georgia's RICO, okay? And I would urge you all to go watch that video. The RICO expands everything for the prosecution. It contracts and it reduces the burden of proof. It's no longer beyond a reasonable doubt for each one of these crimes. It's beyond a reasonable doubt for it's more likely than not coupled to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's more likely than not is essentially the burden. So it does this huge burden shift. It does this huge conspiracy. It opens up the door for co-conspirator statements, and as long as there's this furtherance, and And so a part of the reason there's this huge like broadness to the evidence that can come in is because it's a RICO conspiracy charge. There are only 35 states that have RICO. Georgia happens to be one of them. Texas is not. We don't have that bullshit. In Texas, we prove things beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? So go back and look at that video. Someone asked about appeals, Uptown 504. I did a whole video on appeals. Go watch that. Your answer is right there. So, Gaia, the RICO is one charge, and then there's a ton of other charges. It's interesting. Hey, Dan, welcome. It's interesting how the RICO allows everything to kind of expand. And it explains why the state of Georgia would choose to use RICO to prosecute people. And we know that Fani Willis successfully prosecuted those teachers that lied on the standardized tests to get money under RICO. So we know it's her favorite. Okay. So that was Monday. Tuesday, we started off with YSL Silver Fox making a motion. And you know I always love that. Also, I absolutely loved St. Nicky Hilton's jacket on Tuesday.
Is it possible that if I determine that this is intrinsic, that video could be played without the audio?
I imagine they could potentially play it without the audio. But there, again, there are a number of hurdles here that I would submit that do not meet the threshold of coming in based upon those 3 items that are required.
Right.
So it doesn't meet 1, 2, or 3. It's over a year after the October 1, 2020 alleged armed robbery of Gary Holloman. This police chase occurred on November 30th, 2021. The vehicle was not apprehended. The chase was ultimately called off. The identity of the driver on the day was never established, even by a preponderance of the evidence, which would be, I think, the standard for these evidentiary issues to come in. It was called off. There are no admissions, no photos, heavily dark tinted windows. So that's my position, Your Honor. I don't believe that this one would pass the muster.
No, we're just on Tuesday, Goddess, so don't worry. This is only Tuesday. Robert, I want to address your comment, and I've seen you troll in my comments talking about, well, just don't be a criminal. If only it were that fucking easy, Robert, there wouldn't have had to have been a Revolutionary War in 1776, okay? Okay? The government chooses people and then goes after them. How many times have we seen innocent people go to jail? A gazillions. Now, are most people who are charged with crimes actually guilty of the crimes? Yeah, usually. But we are innocent until proven guilty. Every fucking person in that courtroom is innocent right now. Period. End of story. It is un-American to say otherwise. I don't allow un-American bullshit on my channel. These are innocent people. The government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on them. Now, sometimes you have someone like Sarah Boone who put the dude in a damn suitcase and then videoed him in the suitcase screaming, "I can't breathe," and her laughing and saying, "Haha, fuck you." The government doesn't have to go really far to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in that case. So sometimes we can see that people are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt without the government really having to do much. This is not one of those cases. And I would imagine, Robert, that if you were arrested, if you were walking down the street and you just happened to fit the description of someone they were looking for, and you were arrested, you would want the Constitution to apply to you too. Okay, Cash Money, go to Russia with that shit. We don't play them bullshit communist games on this channel. Thank you. The reason America is great is because we are afforded these rights, and the state has to meet their burden before our shit is just taken from us and we are put in jail. And you never know when these fuckers will see your name and come after you. I guarantee you when they do that, you're going to want these protections. Okay. Rant over. We shall continue back.
The requirements to meet the intrinsic acts threshold, and then after that, we believe that it's prejudicial and should be kept out on that as well. Because as the court knows, when we're talking about the 403 analysis, it talks about and tells us and teaches us that we should not be allowing under 403 prejudicial items to come into trial that are scant.
Okay, I understand the argument. Let's hear from the state. And I appreciate you bringing to my attention that the chase was over a year afterwards and the circumstances of that. And I know that in the state's filing from November of 2023, they have the dates. So I'm not meaning to suggest that they were trying to pull anything over. We kind of ran through that real fast yesterday and, just kind of talked about a fleeing that was after the armed robbery that's an overt act. And I just kind of was thinking in my mind without looking at all of the words, oh, okay, this is at the same time. So thank you.
You're welcome, Judge.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello.
Okay, this jacket is fire. Fire jacket. Look at that. It's got the pleather. It's not really a summer jacket, in my opinion, but ooh, it's fire. I love the green. Green is my favorite color. If you ever see this jacket and you want to get it for me, I'm a medium. Okay. These gentlemen have been in jail for years, 2 years. Wyatt Melly is going on like 7 years in jail. So that's a 7 years is like a phase of someone's life. Like he spent a whole phase of life there. And they still haven't proved him to be guilty. Hi, Michael. Hey, Jason. Hi, Julie. Hi, Gaz. Hey, Nene. Hi, Tamika. Hi, everyone. I'll take this moment to say hello. Welcome, everyone, to the party. I am Lauren Cadillac, a.k.a. OG Cadillac, a.k.a. Mother of the Decade, a.k.a. looks 10 years younger than she really is, a.k.a. viewer of trials, and demander of justice. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you for your likes, your subscribes. Thank you for the super chats, the Cashapp contributions, everything. Y'all are the absolute amazing, most bestest. I appreciate you very much. We are in the middle of going over this week in review of the YSL RICO trial. We are on Tuesday. We started with Friday because, we didn't see each other Friday evening. Okay, here we go. Also, I have the best chat on the internet, and I want it to stay that way, folks. All right, here we go.
This should be admitted as an intrinsic act. Just a few things for dates, Your Honor. So the preliminary hearing for the original armed robbery was actually in August of 2021. It was August 24th, 2021. At that point, the judge reserved her ruling and ruled either the next day or subsequently and dismissed the charges. Then in November of 2021 is when the state indicted the case. So November 8th, 2021 is when the case was indicted with additional charges, and the grand jury warrants were taken out on November 15th, 2021. This chase actually occurs on November 30th, 2021, so about 15 days after the grand jury warrants were issued in this case. And Your Honor, on November 30th, 2021, Investigator Flores was actually conducting surveillance on Mr. Huey. So the notion that the police or law enforcement did not know who Mr. Huey was, they did know who he was. They were conducting surveillance on him and watched him enter into the vehicle, so they knew who he was once he entered into the vehicle. They tried to initially blue light him and pull him over. But
was he driving? I mean, did they see him get into the driver's seat?
He was driving. He was the only person in the vehicle.
Uh-huh.
They attempted to blue light him and pull him over. At that point, he took off. and he, amongst other traffic offenses, went to the wrong side of traffic. They were then able to get the Phoenix air unit up to follow him.
Ooh,
and the reason why
the air
chase was
unit
called
follow
off, Your
him.
Honor, is
That's
because Mr.
exciting.
Hughes
Little known fact about lcadilac. I love watching police car pursuits. Like, they happen in LA all the time, and you can see them on YouTube Live. And I love watching them, mainly because the helicopter pilot guy who's like narrating gets so excited. Like, he'll be like, oh, you almost hit the car. Like, I don't like seeing people like hurt and stuff like that. That's not cool at all. But watching the chases and like the excitement of the narration of the helicopter guy. I have a friend who is a helicopter pilot, but she's turned lawyer, and her husband's still a helicopter pilot. And I'm like, we should buy a helicopter and just like follow these police chases and make like commentary. And I think that'd be great. Okay, guys, she gets it. Like, there's a couple guys out of LA, like the helicopters, that are just hilarious. They are so funny. But I also think it's funny that people run from the police because, like, where are you gonna go? Although I have learned some things about hiding on police chases in LA I'm not gonna tell you about. If you play GTA, though, you will learn. That's what my son said. Yes, K-Way, if the state wants to add new charges, they will have to go in front of the grand jury. The state wanted to add new incidents. I can't remember what they call it. Incidents? No, what was the word? Fuck, I forgot the word. Anyhow, they want to add new events or whatever that help prove the RICO. The damn, I don't know why the word escaped my brain. Yes, Gaze, parking garages near LAX. Oh my god. Overt acts. It came back, praise God. Overt acts. They want to add a couple of the courtroom shenanigans as overt acts. Oh, they want to add the time that Shannon Stoll was stabbed as an overt act. As if being the victim of a stabbing shows that you're somehow in a gang. That's fucking crazy. One time I was driving and this guy pulled a gun on me and I laughed at him and I drove off. And I realize now, like, laughing was probably not like the right response, but it was my response at the time, okay? And I wheeled off, I drove off. Could you imagine them being like, oh, well, that Lauren, you're in a gang, you're going to jail. Someone pulled a gun on you. I don't know. The government is the worst, dude. All right, here we go. Okay, Thug's in a fabulous green jacket today. Love the green suit.
And then going right into whether Thug is a reason that people went after them, meaning that there was this...
Why, whatever that incident was.
Wait, this was Wednesday, right? No, shit. You guys, I'm so confused.
This murder.
So many days. No. Wait. Okay. No. This is Tuesday we're watching. Jeez. Yeah, Kibri, a gun. I was in my car at a light, turning left. The guy was in the outer left turn lane. So it's like one of those where it's like two left turns. We had the windows down. It was a beautiful day. I was with this like potential client. We were driving around looking at real estate. And I was just showing him an area that I think is kind of up and coming and is going to get gentrified. And this like older white dude. We were near the VA, so I just was guessing that he's a veteran. Just got like, I don't know, I don't remember anything, but that he pulled out the gun. My passenger ducked. And I just looked at the guy and went, ha! Then the light turned green and I drove off. Oh, crazy. Great. Okay. So I'm sorry I'm confused about the days here. This is Tuesday. I love this green suit. This is a day where Brian Steele becomes as frustrated as Lauren Cadillac. And we'll watch some.
So, to me, I'm doing, I think, what the court wants, but this will never come up on a question answer because no one's going to say to Detective Gaither, I would hope, did you ask about Jeffrey Williams to Mr. Kendrick? It wouldn't happen like that, but that's the first one.
Okay, well then, maybe we can nip that one in the bud.
So there's, if Mr. Steele would not mind just letting that part play from 49
Okay.
so that we could.
Hey, Paradox, welcome. Haven't seen you in a minute.
Did 40 on here.
Okay.
When I got tased on base.
I have a confession to make. I don't understand a word of this shit. Like, I had a brain injury in my car accident, and it messed with the audio processing portion of my brain. And so, like, I watch TV with subtitles and stuff, and if people, like, if I don't know, like, the context, I won't understand people. I say what a lot to, like, my family, but it's not that I didn't hear them, it's just that my brain didn't process what they just said, so I have to have them repeat it, and then I can process it or whatever. So, my brain cannot process a word these men are saying. Every so often, I'll hear a word I know. Oh, I know that word. But otherwise, it's like watching... I actually, if I watched a Spanish channel, I would know more. It's like watching... I don't know, like Russian TV or something.
When I got on Collin Boulevard, man, I was leaving my little boy from born, so I had to help. Right. He was in the car with me. You're like, man, y'all see all this shit going on. You got, it was to me, I try to keep one deal with that one, because it's like, this shit go down anytime. Like, man, he been on some hang. Jealousy. So why they coming at, I ain't talking about Duke, I ain't talking about what folks you roll, why they coming at you? They thinking like, I'm bad at it.
Huh.
They think I think I'm bad. Because I used to carry myself.
Okay, what I do like about this video is how, like, the images, like, delay like that, and it looks kind of cool. I have no idea what they're saying. Someone said here in the comments, this is really good. Wait, this was for you. The YSL was all victims, and the police wiretapes showed they were being terrorized, and APD did nothing. And now Shannon Silva will get stabbed while they're at jail, and now the government wants to use that against him. Like, he was the victim.
Because of other people you associate with, probably anybody particularly you can think of. Oh, of course, there ain't no question, man. That ain't like that's on some whole lot of shit. Like that's like my rep pump. How we do shows, he help me out. He said like he bring me on to his show, just help me, just fail both. So I don't know why.
Okay, D-Mom, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you. I really, really appreciated it. I really appreciate it. Jeez Louise. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, wait. In Atlanta, people tried to steal from me. In Atlanta, people tried to steal from me. I was like, oh. I had a true Atlanta experience, y'all.
Would you feel like I took your part, your spot? A lot of people feel like bloody Jackson.
Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Doesn't that look cool? It looks like it's his music video.
People feel like I took their spot. You know what I'm saying? But it's not. I don't get around on them, try to take on them. I'm a grown man. I got whatever I got going on. You just spot. Yeah. Grown, bro. Got spot. Right. Grown man, but then somebody had to tell me, like, oh, you know these folks tonight, they
Kendrick is talking about a us and a them like he is in this.
Hold on, look at Nikki's freaking jacket, y'all. Look at that. It's a houndstooth green with the pleather inlay. Oh, I love it. Oh my God, I love the jacket.
Circumstance, they want to take my spot, things like that, then we would be putting that in. The reason I was saying we're looking at it in terms of Bruton is because if he's not talking about a defendant and he's not saying that person's name and inculpating him, then it's something that we will likely use. If there's a point at which I know that I'm just not going to even touch it, I'll do as the court has instructed.
Oh, this judge is left-handed. Did you see that? She was just writing using her left hand. She's a left-handed judge.
Though, if and say no, I wasn't even going to ask that anyway. It doesn't do us any good.
Okay, so
Oh, D-Mom, thanks. I'm glad I make somebody's heart smile. I think usually most people, I was going to say like barf when they hear me.
and what I hear you saying is that while you're not going to elicit that somebody asked if Mr. Williams or Thug might be a reason people are after them, you would maybe ask about some part of Mr. Kendrick's answer there, which said something about whoever they is, wanting to take my spot.
Yes.
Okay.
And that we contend is not Bruton.
That would not be Bruton. Okay. Next.
5239, and it should be Detective Dennis speaking. And he talks about Mr. Shannon Stillwell. He calls him Shannon.
Okay. And then you wouldn't be able to mention Mr. Stillwell. Is there some part of this little bit? Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So he does not say that Mr. Stillwell bought the gun. He does not say anything that directly inculpates Mr. Stillwell. And my understanding is that Bruton does not prohibit the mentioning of.
All right. Let me just hear it. See the.
Shut the fuck up. Just play it. Glanville 2.0 can be pretty funny. Glanville 1.0 was not that funny, but Glanville 2.0, man, she's got that passive aggressive. I think I should have my son watch this because I think he would say, "This judge acts like I do." This is why I can't be a judge. Too much of a bitch. Welcome, Matt Knapp. Thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate it. For always, forever, for life, I agree. Miss Love is just constantly doing too much. Ghazi, I didn't meet any of the judges, but I met all of the lawyers, so it was very exciting. Except Miss Love, I didn't acknowledge her. I did talk with St. Nicky Hilton, though.
This is the way it's going to go.
Playing from 5214.
Thank you, Jason.
And this is before buying the gun for what? What are we talking about here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's excruciatingly boring. I think it would be less boring if the fucking prosecution was prepared. But
As for the rest of it, we can keep going through with regard to the pictures themselves, or you can just, if there are some pictures depicted within the slides that the defense thinks are particularly egregious or objectionable.
Lloyd, who was that musician? Let us know.
That you want to go ahead and alert me to, that's fine. Otherwise, I guess we'll just see what happens at trial.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
Wouldn't the same rule that your court said the state now will give us what they believe they're going to introduce as an exhibit through Detective Dennis, and we could raise it with you?
Yeah, that would be helpful. I mean, you're going to want to take a look at this and then decide what you actually want to use. So once you kind of narrow that down, if you'll just let the defense know which ones you actually want to use, then they can raise.
Here we are, another conversation about narrowing
objections
down.
that we could get taken care of outside of the presence of the jury
115
beforehand.
days
That's
into the
fine.
trial.
So
Thank you.
Can I just make an observation
Sure.
or an objection? So before this honorable court took over, there were lots of objections as to, it was Detective Dennis allowing to say his investigation. So not a witness came in, the crime lab person didn't come in, just he was allowed to say, I learned of, and these CAD reports, I objected to everything on confrontation clause and hearsay, and the former judge denied it, so it all came in. I think the state, is about to do the same thing with the same witness, and I will be objecting again. And I also have this section. I'm looking for Georgia cases.
Okay.
It says, this is, I have a couple cases. This is United States versus Nguyen, Nguyen, that's wrong. 504 F 3rd, 561, 5th Circuit, 2007. Thus, while summary witnesses, which is what I call Detective Dennis, may be appropriate in complex cases in certain circumstances, they are improper for introducing evidence that the jury has not previously heard. We repeat our admonition that the government may not use summary witnesses for inappropriate means.
Okay,
While such
so-
witnesses may...
He's restating case law. The case law is saying if you have a summary witness, that's like a witness to come in and be like, here's a summary overview of what happened, right? And he's saying that this detective is a summary witness. You cannot introduce new evidence under that witness. So if they call this detective back to do a summarization, they can't bring in new evidence. Okay?
may be appropriate for summarizing voluminous records as contemplated by Rule 1006, rebuttal testimony by an advocate summarizing and organizing the case for the jury constitutes a very different phenomenon, not justified by the federal rules of evidence or our precedent. So, to me, this is what I call a summation or a closing argument, and I know that the court struck it, so I don't have the same exact situation as my motion to exclude this, but this whole thing is a closing argument. This is PowerPoint was a closing argument. I understand it's no longer like that. It's dismantled, and now we're going exhibit by exhibit and rulings. But my point to the court is if you can just, I'm not asking for an advisory opinion, but this is going to be, there's two Detective Belknap, one Detective Gaither, maybe two, but one Detective Gaither I remember, one Detective Dennis. They've all been over objection, qualified as experts. They're on the exact same situation. And now we're going to replow. Detective Dennis already testified as to the alleged back and forth. He already said all this. So did Detective Gaither. It's all over objection. But I would object that it comes in now again.
All right, and what would be what's he going to be talking about new? Why are y'all presenting him again?
So because he's sitting through some of these, specifically some of the interviews that we were talking about, some of the actual shootings that we're showing the evidence of, like on April the 28th, the Hill Street shooting. He touched on them. We did not get into, like, he as an expert talked about what their investigation led them to do and sort of what their investigation entailed. He didn't talk about the details. We won't be getting into rehashing something he's already talked about. The stuff that he's going to deal with now is going to deal with specifically the interviews that he conducted, depending on what the witnesses say. If there are some instances where, you know, we don't need to play the interview because they say exactly what they said, then we won't do that. But we're at a different part. He is a fact witness, and he still category. He has still been qualified as an expert by the court. So we won't be rehashing stuff that he's done, and we won't be using. I'm not certain when Mr. Steele says, he objects to summaries. As experts, they're allowed to talk about how they arrive at certain conclusions.
Yeah, I think there were maybe like a couple of different objections in there, but it sounds like one of the objections or potential objections would be if he's going to get up and basically rehash the same thing he already testified to about how, the theory is that all of this came about because it was the culmination of, some gang wars, basically.
We've already
that's already been covered.
In relation to this, and this happened because of this, and this started a chain with this, and this whole thing started in the fall. By September 2014, there were no witnesses here.
Okay, well, that's the subject for cross-examination then.
It's hard to cross when I have no reports. I have no reports. I have no expert report. I don't know who to interview to say, no, that's not true. I never told them that. In fact, I told them something different. This is all to me like I have a bag over my head and I'm getting smashed with a baseball bat and I have no idea where to hit because I don't have anything. And I've asked for reports. Judge Glanville told.
Even Keith Adams giggled at that one. No, this is not live today. There is no court today. We're recapping what happened this week. So, we're talking about the fucking reports again. The reports still haven't been given. And Steele is like, look, how can I defend my client? How can I put together a cross-examination? How can I go against what the prosecution saying if I don't know what they're going to say? If I don't know who they're going to call to say it? And we've been hearing this every day for 115 days at this point.
Told the state to produce it to writing. This is all confrontation clause, and it's all coming in as a conduit through some, quote, expert. And it comes through with many experts. And to me, it's just like not having a trial.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll be able to undertake an effective cross-examination of this and every other expert witness. I have been told since I've been in the case in front of y'all in court that there aren't expert reports. Is that continue? And y'all were going to circle back and ask whomever over at APD to do an exhaustive search, even if people were retired. What happened from that? Has that been conducted?
For police reports, yes. We were actually, I think the court told us to do it for a specific act, and I can't recall which one it was, and we did, and there wasn't. But we have done that. We have provided the police reports for these acts that are shown, that we're showing evidence for, and that we are asserting in the indictment.
All right.
So
okay, you recall that I did tell y'all to go back once again and say, we don't care if people are retired. We really need you to find this and make sure there's no reports in it, right?
Yes.
Y'all did that?
Yes.
And that produced nothing?
No, we have nothing that we haven't turned over, because what the court required us to do was, it was for a specific one.
I don't think it was.
No, don't tell me what the fuck I required you to do. Well, what the court required. Bitch, I am the court. I know what I required. I would never. Well, I might. I can't say never. Never say never. I might. But Lav's got a lot of audacity. She has a lot of audacity, even with this judge.
It may have been for a specific one and then everything else. But anyway, if it wasn't done for everything else, do it for everything else right now.
Your Honor, could we take a very brief restroom recess?
We just had one less than an hour ago.
And I gotta pee again.
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Mr. Atkins is reminding me that you're talking about gang expert reports and things like that.
Yeah.
And yes, we don't have anything extra. We will go back again, because I've gone over and asked homicide. I've asked gang. I've physically gone over to the gang unit physically pull out boxes of stuff, I will continue to inquire.
All right. Well, I don't know that, the best use of your time is to pull in boxes and look through them. That ought to be what the police are doing, but you need to direct them to do that.
Yeah.
And so, with regard to the gang experts, did y'all go back and say to somebody over at APD in gangs, hey, we need anything there is, even if these detectives are now retired?
Well, we had done that before the court ordered us to.
I know, but then I ordered you to, so did you do it again?
Okay, so.
Because I ordered you to.
No.
We have not inquired a second time, and I apologize to the court. We're going to do it again. I will do it.
I pretty
personally.
clearly told you to do it again.
That's what he's reminding me.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Atkins, you could have done it.
Well,
Yes, Your Honor. I'll go make a phone call now.
Okay.
And can I?
The fuck? I ordered you to do something. You didn't do it. And I'm just gonna wave. I ordered you to do something, and you just decided not to do it. The proportionality of the judge's response to the prosecution for not following her order is off. It is incorrect. This is not correct proportionality. Oh, if I was the judge, I'd be lit. I'd be lit. I told you to do something, you go do it. Look, it's like being a parent. The judge is like a parent. Uh-oh. My mic sounds crazy. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, Chris. I don't know. I didn't touch anything. So, where was I? This judge, it's wild. Wild. Now you're just going to let her go out in the hall. Y'all are the government.
I mentioned something. It came out during trial, during a motions hearing, that there is what I'm going to call a black book. And it's all the gang information.
Yeah.
And okay, you seem like you know about it.
I've heard about this before.
Okay, well, I don't know about it. And we were given the Heisman. We were told that we're not getting that. Detective Dennis said he no longer works at APD, so he has no access. Detective Gaither said the same. Detective Belknap, who
I remember hearing about the black book.
was a lot of talk over objection. The policy of APD, how they qualify somebody as a gang member, it's self-admission, it's somebody else who's reliable, which say that they're in a gang, they hang out with somebody. All that's in this supposed book. I don't.
Okay, that's entirely different.
Okay, so you now do know what he's talking about.
No, that's entirely different. Detective Dennis talked about, and Detective Belknap talked about how they identify gang members and what criteria they use.
All right, is that something that is in
something
writing?
in a black book?
Well, whatever. Is it something in writing?
I think that the criteria, those criteria that they use, that is something that is a written sort of criteria, and I'll get that.
Let me propose, if that's easy to get and they don't have kind of security concerns with it being provided to the defense, then provided, if they do have security concerns, then it can be satisfied by saying, Mr. Steele and anybody else on the defense team, you can come look at this written policy.
Okay, I'm so annoyed and frustrated. It's every day it's growing because it's more of the same shit. Well, I think we have it. This is the government. They have a burden. We have not seen this in any other trial. I've watched trials with y'all. We watched I watched a bit of the Alec Baldwin. The state was ready to go. They were organized. They were ready to go. I watched the Idaho cult people. The state was ready to go. Even on Karen Reed, the state had all their shit ready to go. We never once heard about, oh, well, as defense, I haven't seen this yet. I don't know what was coming. I don't know what to do about the mic, guys. I don't know. I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything. Everything was working perfectly. Oh. Big Baby Jane says that Love told Atkins not to go call? Interesting. Okay. Here we go. Ooh, a ghost echo. There's this button here. I don't think it's going to work. It says pattern. One of them's a circle and the other has like a lump in it. I don't know, guys. I don't know. All right, so Brian Steele and Lauren Cadillac are incredibly irritated now. Just fucking tired of this shit.
So that would be the only thing that might not be specifically identified. Is that okay?
There. Good.
My expectations are correct in line with the courts. The state is going to specifically identify those alleged co-conspirator statements. Correct. I mean, there's thousands of jail calls from probably, I'm underestimating, thousands, yes. So we would need to know what statements, when they're made, between whom and whom, if the state, because we would like to litigate these beforehand. I know the court would too.
Mm-hmm. We would all like them litigated beforehand because that's the fucking law. Okay, I pushed the button, so hopefully it's working. Is it sounding better? No, because I'm singing. I promise you guys I wouldn't sing. I promise you. When Atkins Get Up Love says don't call them, it's crazy. That's crazy. It is crazy, especially because the judge. Wait, I did. Is it fixed now? Is the button fixed now? Just a mention of love and mics go crazy. Jim, you're so dead. I was right about that. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back in business. All right, here we go.
We've put in the Mike Sprinkle bucket, the jail calls that we're using.
All right, so jail calls y'all intend to use are all in the Mike Sprinkle folder?
The ones that we have identified that we intend to use, and those are the ones the court told us to.
Okay, so the universe has been narrowed, hopefully substantially. I haven't looked to see how big the Mike Sprinkle folder is, but
If it's the same one that I think they're talking about, it's about 200 calls.
okay, well,
15 minutes each. So that's 50 hours of.
okay. Which I presume is one of the reasons y'all said let's hold off on dealing with what's in the Mike Sprinkle folders.
No, I don't, Lloyd. I am not a good singer.
So,
Okay, the prosecution over here look, they're counting folders, y'all. Frantically.
Look here.
Look
As the
here.
state-
Did you? Jesus Christ! Is this third fucking grade?
It is itself going through the Mike Sprinkle bucket in further detail and identifies for itself the specific co-conspirator statements that it intends to introduce. Please identify those as well to the defense. As soon as you know, let them know.
So we have 14 in the Shannon Stillwell folder. We could start there since that is his client, Mr. Shart's client, that we could actually review.
Okay. Let me get some clarity. So, in the Stillwell file of jail calls, are those already identified? Just here are the co-conspirator statements, or are they just like, here's a 15-minute call, here's a 5-minute call? All right, and do you know what portions of those calls yeah. All right, but whether you've broken them out or not, do you know what those are?
Yes, that's why we put those first.
Okay, so if that's what I'm saying, is once you know, here's call from January 2nd, that is 15 minutes. I'm going to use minute 2.5 to 2.9. That's the part I care about. When you know that, let the defense know that. Okay? So
Why doesn't the defense already know that? Like, why are we 115 days into the trial and the judge is having to tell the defense which sentences you're going to use?
you know that already, instead of us sorting it out here live, give that, one of y'all sit there and type it up and send it over. They can look at it tonight. We can deal with it tomorrow. Okay? And similarly, do that for everything else. All right?
Okay.
So that it sounds like the most productive thing to move to next, unless somebody else has a different idea, I'm willing to listen, is to just open back up, the witness folders and move on to whomever the next witness other than Mike Sprinkle is going to be.
Not assuming they can lay the appropriate foundation.
Okay.
Not be.
Okay. Any issue with the caption?
So this is usually how, like, pretrial hearings, you would go line by line, right, and argue both sides of why it should come in or not. Usually that's done before you choose the jury.
Not 100% sure. I believe it's in, or at the very least, it's been testified to. But I guess when we find the original.
All right, y'all can let us know on that one then.
Judge, did we reserve on some of the 71 through 77 because we were going to check the order, Judge Glanville's order? I want to reserve on 74.
Okay. Yeah, we did. We're going to
Okay.
get the order and then come back to that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And see, this is a part of the problem of the judge not having declared a mistrial. Now they can't go through everything piece by piece. She hasn't been here since the beginning. The other judge has made a ton of rulings. So now they have to pause. They have to go back to the first judge's order. They have to read and interpret that order. Then they can move forward. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it makes no sense, and it's economically unfeasible. I cannot believe it. Eva, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you so incredibly much. Thank you everyone who is here, by the way. Thank you everyone who's hit like, subscribe. Eva and your super chat, my earlier super chat, you're amazing. I want to thank Tall Glass and all of my other, not admins. I totally forgot the... Totally forgot. Moderators, thank you. I want to thank all of y'all. You're amazing.
They have
Okay.
introduced.
Look at the
they
tie
being
is like
the court has
sloshed over.
admitted into evidence exhibits showing things like a green snake or an emoji with a bee on it. I just don't understand why the child is an important part
yeah.
of this
Let's go
mission
back.
to find
Sorry,
the
hold
truth
on. Let's
here.
go right back.
And
Sorry.
Mr.
This is actually pretty
sarcastic.
interesting.
He's sitting next to his friend, but now I see the blue that Akoya having her way posted that. So
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. How about 90 LL?
Okay, here we go.
Objecting to 90. I don't see I don't know what the relevance is of
Okay.
90.
All right. There's a relevance objection to 90 LL
And for good reason, guys.
and 403.
It's echoing again, Hook Dog? I thought I
Judge,
fixed
I
it.
think it's best if we just play this
Okay.
one.
Big B, Lil B, Slime, YSL, Crip Killer.
Okay, now first, haven't we already seen a video of a child doing stuff like that? Like, I swear we've already seen something like that. Secondly, what does this really prove? I guess if you're in a gang, maybe this is like recruitment or something, but the kid is like 4. I don't know.
That's Mr. Williams' voice
Based on.
directing
Let's not interrupt each other, please.
directing this child to throw up these gang signs. So that's what.
So are you going to have some kind of either somebody familiar with Mr. Williams' voice to say that's him or a voice analyst to say that's him?
We would have someone that we believe is familiar enough with his voice to say that that's him.
Okay, well, we'll see.
they have Mr. Stillwell. We're going to ask for a limiting instruction, if that's admitted.
All right, propose one, please.
On behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor, what is the import of this? So I understand it's prejudicial because a person may think that a young child using what I would consider gang language with their hand signs may be inappropriate. But why would this matter here? The lyrics are coming in. Mr. Williams is constantly changing the letter B to, or letter C to a B. Like instead of Cleveland Avenue, Believeland Avenue, there's a whole bunch of lyrics that Judge Glanville let in. There are tattoos on Mr. Williams' body that has already come in that shows the letter B and alleged other supposed gang symbols. They have introduced, they being the court has admitted into evidence, exhibits showing things like a green snake or an emoji with a bee on it. I just don't understand why the child is an important part of this mission to find the truth here. And Mr. Williams' voice, I find it to be wholly prejudicial, and I find the probative value to be scant.
All right, let's hear from the state.
So, Your Honor, as the court is aware, the rules of evidence are rules that favor admissibility, and 403 should only be used in extreme situations, and Mr. Williams, not the state, bears the burden of showing when something is shown to be relevant, it's presumptively admissible, and he bears the burden of showing that its prejudicial effect substantially outweighs its probative value. And Mr. Williams has said nothing about the prejudicial effect of this video with his child, with Mr. Williams
dictating to this child, throw up B, YSL, Crip Killer, which are all things that Mr. Williams has attempted to distance himself from throughout the entirety of this trial. He has asserted that all of this is, not real. All of this is, just a facade. And the more that the state is able to show to the jury that this is, in fact, not a facade or not someone pinning on Mr. Williams designations that are not accurately pinned on him, then the stronger the state's case becomes. So our argument is that Mr. Williams has in no way shown that this video is substantially more prejudicial than probative.
All right.
Oh, wow.
With respect to Mr. Huey, we would also chime in on the 105 instruction, but notwithstanding that, Your Honor, you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I don't think that's working, but I can hear you anyway.
Can you hear me?
We all have Mike's problems, damn it.
So we would also ask for the 105 instruction on behalf of Mr. Huey, but notwithstanding that, Your Honor, this is extremely prejudicial.
Yes!
From the standpoint of having a
It's a child!
Hold up these gang signs and so forth and so on, what appears to be gang signs.
You couldn't get more prejudicial.
This is one of those scant and cumulative aspects of a piece of evidence that, if the court allows it to come in, it's going to be drug in for the sake of its prejudicial effect. Clearly what 403 says we can't do. So I would ask the court to take that into consideration.
Okay, well, I'm certainly considering the appropriate law. Yes, sir, Mr. Steele.
There's also another, I can't find the exhibit number, but there's a video that came in over objection that Mr. Williams is doing something similar, or someone's doing something similar with a child.
Mm-hmm. All right, why don't y'all get me that, and I'll...
So they find the picture. Oh, here we go. Here.
Yeah, that's actually the one I was thinking about. I mean, that child starts doing all that stuff unprompted.
We've already seen it.
It's encouraged to do a little bit more, but I don't think that shows the same thing as the other piece of evidence that we were talking about. So thanks, but my ruling stands on that.
Do we have a continuing objection if I need?
You may.
Yeah, damn right. You want to...
All right, I'll see everybody at 9 in the morning.
Judge,
yes.
One thing we did reserve, if you recall, waiting for the order from Judge Glanville on witness number 26, that's Dennis, particularly number 74. We can deal with that tomorrow easily, though.
Great.
You're right. I do say I have the best chat on all of YouTube, and yet I have 1,000 people in here and only 200 likes. So let's hit that like button, y'all. Part of the reason I have tech issues is because I am a Virgo and it is Mercury retrograde. Okay. Well, Lynn texted me. She said, I don't know why the mic is messing up. I wrote back, me. Hello, it's Lord Cadillac here. Hi. Okay, there was something like really special I wanted to show you from Thursday? No, Wednesday. So they don't have trial today. No trial today. They just had trial Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And it was all motions hearings. Okay. A lot of these, so we start to, I think we get into the wiretaps here. Let's go into Wednesday. Here we go. Here we go. Harvey's flip out is yesterday, I think. Okay, so remember the brain injury I told you about? I really don't understand any of these. There's not even like mouths to read or context or anything. I have no idea what any of these say at all. If I was on this jury, I'd be like, This is such a wasted exercise. If you don't hand me a typed transcript of what these people said, I ain't gonna know.
Hey, bro.
What's up, bro, man? What up?
Man, what's up, man? You fuck ass nigga trying all this fuck ass shit, bro. You shine, nigga, bro.
Oh, I got that. Fuck ass shit. Shine and bro. The only words I can understand.
What had going on out there out there like he kicking like he just with a lord or film, whatever he's doing. Man,
Who said that?
Paperboy, these niggas trying, they don't know nothing about Paperboy, man.
Who are they?
They trying, they shine.
Oh, look, there's writing over here.
He's my hit big bro Montana.
Bro, what channel ain't got no window?
Hey, bro. Come here. My bro said Montana ain't got no rim.
Who's talking?
Montana, your big bro.
Hold on. Who is talking? It says Shannon Stillwell. Whose phone did they tap? Whose phone is tapped? Thanks, Julie. No, shine is the only word I understood. Like, I'm telling you, I can understand 5 of the words they say. Whose phone is this? Is this Shannon Stillwell's phone? Like, that's one thing I couldn't figure out. Who did they tap?
Hello?
Let me holler at him.
Hold on.
Stay pause it just a moment.
Okay, so Shannon's phones were tapped.
I think this is important to note. At this point, a jail phone is being passed to a third individual, so we're about to hear a conversation between 2 individuals. Neither one of them are my client.
Okay. So they're in jail, this phone tap? Or are these jail calls?
Hold on, boy. He trying to have that something in that door. Hold on. He ain't got no run, no flow or nothing. What you say about that? No flow?
A green light and a floor is different, man.
Hey, I said here.
Bro. Hey, yo. I'm here, bro.
Who?
He scared to get on the phone?
I don't know, man. He come through the door to another nigga, man. These niggas monkey, bro.
Tell the nigga get on the phone.
What's market mean?
Man, these niggas monkey, bro. I beat one of these fuck niggas up, bro. I ain't playing, bro. All that lame shit. Come holler at my bro, man. Hold on.
All the lame shit.
Why is it,
Is the idea that Shannon has to do this to survive and stay in Rice Street, and now it's being used against him. I don't particularly care for. From the context of the call, it appears that Shannon is associated with G-Shine, which are Bloods. It appears that this individual he called for help communicating that he should not be attacked is associated as well.
Okay.
And then an individual by the name of Busy, who is locked up and apparently has been coming at Shannon, takes the phone and talks to the individual that Shannon called. They have an argument over blood politics. Shannon, there's no indication, has any part in that argument. I don't know where Shannon is at that time, but they have an argument over blood politics, over who runs this, who runs that. One individual.
Oh, by the way, quick wardrobe check. Love the white on white. Love the white on white. I'm loving Shard's blue suit. Okay? If you can hear me, hopefully So I love the blue suit. I love the white on white. Yeah.
A gentleman by the name of Montana is calling the shots. The other individual is saying Montana doesn't have the authority to call the shots. But either way, the message is sent. Shannon is hurt. Shannon is injured. Don't mess with Shannon. If this were a case about the G-Shine Bloods, my argument would be more difficult to make. This is a case allegedly about YSL and the alleged gang, criminal street gang YSL. Now, the state believes that they have this unbeatable argument, which they've brought out dozens of times already, and I'm sure they will again. Well, this is a hybrid gang, so therefore everything's relevant. No, it needs to be specific. They're saying that YSL is an entity, is a criminal street gang, and they're moving together to for a common purpose.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with YSL. This is internal blood politics, internal G-Shine politics. And quite frankly, my client just trying to survive in 901 Rice Street. Additionally, Your Honor, there's another concern that I have, and I would assume Mr. Adams has too. There's an individual, they're talking about who runs things. There's, and one individual thinks Montana runs things. And then there's talk, again, when Mr. Stillwell is not on the phone at all, that a gentleman, and what I believe is said, is Dub. A jury hearing that could quite possibly misinterpret that as Thug. I was concerned. I heard that at first.
What is that face Thug is making? He keeps making that face.
So that's another wrinkle into this, but I don't believe any of this is relevant. I believe it's highly prejudicial. It's not relevant to this case, I should say. It's highly prejudicial. It confuses the issues. And for a substantial amount of time, I did not note the starting time, but from a time till 8 minutes, Shannon is not even a party to the conversation. A certain time, I'll say around 6 minutes, but I didn't note the exact time, to 8 minutes, Shannon is not part of the conversation. And from 10 minutes and 40 seconds onwards, Shannon is not a party to the conversation. So it's unclear to me how this could be labeled statements by a party opponent and be admitted that way, or any sort of admission. Finally,
Okay.
Your Honor,
If he's not there, it's not his statement. He had, as a party opponent, he has to be making the statements. So that is very true.
I don't think I need to say this, but we have not been noticed that any of these individuals in this phone call are on the state's witness list, so we will not have the opportunity to cross-examine any of them.
All right. That conversation was clearly not testimony.
I understand.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll address the issue of burden in a moment, but I'd like to just start out by talking about the relevance. Mr. Shart's assertion regarding the fact that this case is against YSL is, and therefore any calls that defendant Stillwell makes to have someone verify his blood gang credentials are therefore not relevant, is belied by the part of the indictment wherein the state asserts YSL claims affiliation with the National Blood Gang, and that some associates also claim the blood subset gangs, Sex, Money, Murder, and 30 Deep. We also go on within the indictment to discuss that YSL, as Mr. Sharp correctly stated, is a hybrid gang, that they actually have members of both Bloods and Crips. But specifically, we also assert that YSL associates often use and write the word black, which some of our witnesses have come forth and said means other things than what our experts have said, which is blood love all the time. The court heard within the context of this call a reference to G-Shine and Shine. As Mr. Sharp correctly asserts, G-Shine is also a blood gang subset. And Mr. Stillwell did not call someone to have the authorities come and have these people get off his case. He called another blood gang member. He had one blood gang member get on the phone with another in order to verify and validate his credentials as a bona fide blood gang member. So we would argue that Mr. Stillwell's
words are words of a party opponent, that the words of the person who spoke on his behalf when he gave him the phone is an adoptive admission. He's making these assertions on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. And regarding, so in terms of relevance, our argument is that it very easily passes the low hurdle of relevance. And under 402, it's therefore presumptively admissible. And under 403, Mr. Sharp has not made any showing that it is substantially more prejudicial to Mr. Stillwell, such that the evidence would create a risk that defendant Stillwell would be convicted on a ground different from proof specific to the offenses charged in the indictment. Regarding the objection burden, Your Honor, I'm citing a line from Carlson on Evidence 8th edition that, echoing federal authority, Georgia cases have placed the burden of demonstrating a violation of Rule 403 on the objecting party. But the case that I'll cite is State versus McPherson, 341 Georgia App, 871. And the pen site
Miss Love is a totally different woman in front of the judge. She actually takes her time. She actually cites the law.
874. Specifically, in discussing or analyzing whether or not there is a 403 reason to exclude the evidence, the court says that it finds no basis in the record to support the extraordinary remedy of excluding this evidence as unduly prejudicial, particularly given the strong statutory presumption of admissibility. There has been no showing that the evidence would confuse the issues, mislead the jury, waste time, or be cumulative of other evidence, or that the probative value of the evidence otherwise would be substantially outweighed by its prejudicial impact. And the fact that they're saying that there's been no showing.
But is that because at that point it's on appeal?
Yeah, you're right. She hasn't yelled once with
When
this
the court
judge.
says,
Are you talking about
Your Honor! We haven't heard her cry that out.
Or
When this
you're
judge makes a ruling, Miss Love, like, accepts the ruling. I mean, it is a whole different woman in front of this judge.
There's not a phone for him to speak into to deny what's being said is preposterous. So it's not an adoptive admission.
So, when does Mr. Stillwell, obviously Mr. Stillwell starts the conversation, he gets back on the phone 2 different times?
no, he actually is on the phone. Where Mr. Sharp stood up and said that from here on out, this is not going to be him. You hear him throughout that portion. You hear Mr. Stillwell throughout that portion talking on the phone at various times. There is a point at which the talker on the call, the person to whom he gives the phone, says he went upstairs, but then you hear the person to whom he gave the phone to speak on his behalf continue to assert his credentials, and his being...
Nicole, if you mean this gentleman here with the white beard and brown suit, we call him YSL's Silver Fox. He is, in fact, married. This is his son. I don't think his son is married. I don't know.
The person now talking his own credentials to speak on behalf of Mr. Stillwell and to assert his validity as a blood gang member throughout the call. So it's at various points, and I could go back and, obviously I could sort of demarcate those specific times where you hear Mr. Stillwell's voice, but there is not a point at which you stop hearing his voice 3 minutes in, and now it's only these 2 people calling or talking. And it's certainly not a point at which you expect Mr. Stillwell to pummel this man because he's making these assertions.
Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, I don't understand any of this.
That ain't fun. I know you were laughing.
I was laughing. I was like, eat that baby.
Shannon, shut up. Let me find one.
I hear blood and he ain't real right.
He what?
He ain't real right, fucking blood.
He what?
He ain't real right.
What? Shit, you know your own?
It be different shit like niggas push up on different niggas and the wrong way. Nigga pushed up on me the right way. They pushed up on him the wrong way. Like, hey, bro, you got to go and do this. Why we finna goddamn gonna do that to you, man? You know, they did. They pushed up on me like, shit, bro, you know, they saying, man, listen, man, do you want to talk to these people because you stressing these big hoes, but you ain't on the phone with these folks. I got these folks, man, you want to talk to these folks. Yeah, bro. None of these niggas be goddamn. I be asking me, I like, bro, you got a Ferrari, bro, but you ain't help panhandling, bro. I mean,
I'm sorry. You have a Ferrari, but you're out here panhandling? Just the way he said Ferrari. Ferrari, bruh. But you're out here panhandling, bruh. What? Oh, yeah, B. Carrington Matthews Jr. is like YSL Silver Fox's identical twin. He just isn't silver yet. Girl, you gotta go see our chart. Go into the comments in the community. We have a whole chart Bolin made for everyone.
big.
Hello.
But hey, man, that's y'all choice. Y'all business.
I feel like I'm around the clock. What I am.
Got shit.
I just said that. I said I feel like I'm around the clock. I feel well I am.
You have 1 minute left.
That's like the only word I understand. You have 1 minute left. That was it.
15 minutes and 5 seconds.
The chart is in the community section, y'all.
Okay. Your Honor, from 11:25 to 13:30, there is discussion about Woody, Kenneth Copeland, lying on my client, and having my client falsely accused of these charges. That is one aspect of what was just played. After 13:30, there is a brief discussion, as far as I'm understanding it, about the previous calls, about the same subject as the previous calls, where we're talking about the Bloods, quote unquote, pushing up on Shannon. Very brief discussion, and then we get into stuff that, quite honestly, I'm not tracking or following, but I don't believe it has any relevance to this.
Again, of Mr. Bradford at different times with that same Bonneville, just in case there was.
Okay. Is that what all four of those?
Lawyer or getting a lawyer, and Tasha says something to the effect of, Thug is working on an attorney for you. So, number one, same objection as before. I don't believe it's particularly relevant. There has been an association shown between Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Williams, and so the fact that there is some discussion about whether or not Mr. Williams is going to assist him in getting an attorney, I don't think it particularly proves anything in the case, other than what the state intends to argue, obviously, as they've said before.
Matthews Jr. is right here. You can't see him because he's being blocked by this TV, but they're basically identical twins.
And it bears noting that he does not get him an attorney. There's no evidence, there's no factually, it doesn't happen. He never maintains and gets an attorney for him. No attorney ever comes to see him at the behest of Mr. Williams. So I just don't think it's helpful to the jury in any form or fashion in regards to these charges.
All right. Love Adams, y'all.
Yes, Your Honor. I think for the same reasons, Your Honor, it is our contention that when Mr. Kendrick is in jail following a fleeing and attempting elude, but when they are actually intending on going up to shoot up the opposition's home. They get stopped at a roadblock, but they were on their way to shoot at the opposition with a number of guns in the car. They then take the police on a high.
Man, I hate that when I'm going to the ops and then there's a roadblock.
Be chased, and he's subsequently arrested at that point in time. This call is important for that reason. Is the state's contention that when YSL members get in trouble, they reach out to Mr. Williams and he provides attorneys. Whether or not the attorney comes or not, it is the fact that they believe he's going to provide them assistance. But what is more important in this call is what happens after that. So Ms. Tasha on the call says, Thug is going to work on getting you a lawyer. And Mr. Kendrick says to his mother, don't say his name, say bro. And what we have found...
Oh. Firstly, I met Tasha when I was there. But secondly, Kendrick saying don't say his name, say bro. That's pretty damning because all these calls talk about doing shit for bro. I did this for bro. I did this for bro. So if they can link Thug as bro, that's not good for Thug.
Consistently throughout this case, and we'll believe the evidence will continue to show, is there is an effort to conceal his identity, conceal Mr. Williams and who he is. And so they never reference him as Thug, oftentimes on jail calls, but it's bro, slime, or different other terminologies. And so that is also what is important with this call, Your Honor.
Interesting.
Right. Thank you. I'm going to admit it over objection.
Of course it's going to be admitted.
And obviously, if y'all want to...
Of course it's going to be admitted. We got Glanville 2.0.
Cross-examine the right person or put somebody on the stand to say...
Here we go. Here are the Matthews men in their full glory. This is not one of them. This is Huey that's there. Here's the son and the father. They even have the same hairline, y'all. Look at that. They're using the same beard care too. Oh shit.
Mr. Huey has 2 armed robberies. This is the 2019 armed robbery. He was arrested in Fairburn and gave a false name on the 2019 armed robbery. I'm sorry.
Judge,
Yes.
I do have a question for the state concerning the video that is in this particular folder. I don't believe this video pertains to Mr. Huey's arrest.
Okay. All right, then we have Friday. Okay. At one point, and I don't remember if it was yesterday or maybe before, the state announced that they were planning on using the stabbing of Shannon Stillwell this last December, as well as the giving of the Percocet to Thug by the other co-defendant. They want to now add those as overt acts. Now, I don't know. I can't remember. It's like so much. It's all a blur now at this point. I can't remember what day that came up. But I think they talked about it on Friday.
I finished viewing it last night. What I did not do was email the timestamps.
Why did you not?
Okay, so we start Friday off with the state not sharing something. Big fucking surprise. She went through it, but she didn't email the timestamps.
So that they could have a chance to look at it before court.
That was on me, Ron. We were working on some other items, and so I just identified them, and so I will send those.
Try to, like, when I give you tasks that you're supposed to do overnight, so that we can discuss them the next morning in court or the next day in court, please communicate across the aisle to the other side so that they can also be prepared.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, the fact that she has to say that on day 117, you guys, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
It's not unreasonable. And then we were going to come back on counts 27 through 29 to something with Smith. I can't really decipher my notes sometimes. What was that about?
Perhaps, Your Honor, this is something that I brought up about the videos. I knew that there were several videos of co-indictees that are not sitting for trial doing live streams and kind of broadcasting things to the world about this alleged crime that none of us are charged with.
Okay.
And I raised some concerns. One of them, I understood that the state had a video of Mr. Beebe wearing a Trap Commander chain, but I was suggesting that maybe a still shot would
the state would thank you. The state.
Sorry. The Trap Commander chain is like a stolen good. They stole it from some guy who I guess is a Trap Commander. It's like, this is so stupid. Trap Commander.
State was going to narrow those down and figure out which you wanted to look at, or which you wanted to use and which you weren't.
That's what I just addressed, Your Honor. Those are the timestamps. Those are the 3 videos that we looked at. We have identified the relevant timestamps of those videos.
So that's all the same thing. The Jean-Pierre social media and that's within count. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Okay. And then I think the next thing we were going to tackle was the whatever co-conspirator statements or other supposedly admissible statements there were within the wiretaps. Is that what we were doing next?
We were doing that, and then we also wanted to see if Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams could identify which jail calls that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm assuming he told you, but.
Okay. So they're going to go through the wiretaps, but first, Nikki Hilton says, we want to know which jail calls Brian Steele is going to use when he does his cross-examination of Woody. Now, Brian Steele's about to come back and be like, the irony, okay? So this is what he's addressing right now.
He's doing another matter, which is no problem for myself or Mr. Williams, but at approximately 1:50 till approximately 3 today, so an hour and 10 minutes, I have to be, with the court's permission, on this case, but have to be outside your courtroom. So, I can't believe I could say this, but my wife is going to sit in with me, and that's okay with Mr. Williams. Is that okay? Colette comes. And her name is Colette, Colettete, Steele.
Okay, Colette Steele's coming through.
Yeah, that's fine. She's been in my court before. That is fine, as long as somebody's here.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, exciting. We're going to get to see Mrs. Steele?
Thank you.
That's next week or today? I don't remember. All right.
They got into it with, when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it.
Okay, so whose phone did they wiretap? Whose phone did they wiretap? Oh, his wife never showed. Okay, I didn't think she did. But whose phone did they wiretap? Anyone? Whose phone was it? It was the one the guy that starts with G, right? Garlington?
Good with them henchmen, nigga.
Who, nigga?
Man, I think them niggas look all I rent them folk, man. You know, own folk they going back and forth. They going.
Who the f is talking? What are they saying? Who's oomph? Who's oomph? Okay, it was Dweeky and Garland. Okay.
Man, nah, not him, but like he little young nigga.
Okay, who's?
I heard it like hits me shit.
This is a man and a woman talking, right? Is that Garland talking?
Yeah, Quavo say when B Slime just had the show on B Slime, them got down rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't gotten to it.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he told me to pull up. He got down, you know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up and goddamn see what the hell going on.
So what the hell you want coming from the car?
Yeah, man, they went to look cool, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. You like I be telling that nigga they go to traffic.
Okay, this is two guys
I ain't
talking.
saying that to him last night. I seen him putting their clothes on. Okay.
Who is this on the phone that we're listening to right now? And what are they saying?
Warm up at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And like somebody got shot in the car, but they ain't really showing them.
Yeah.
Get on Instagram about 6, 7, I remember about 7, 8 or something. Like, damn, that way it was.
Yeah, man. I ain't know man. Them folks blowing the phone up.
Yeah, I said, them folks were on one. Them folks, they ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. And the girl in charge is tripping, man. I called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Can anyone... Can I get an interpreter? Is there an interpreter out there? Anyone who's watching? Write in the chat what they are talking about. I have no idea. I don't think they knew it was tapped, because if you knew it was a wiretap, you wouldn't, you wouldn't talk freely. None of it doesn't make any sense at all to me. Gaither is married to Garlington's auntie. That's an interesting piece of tea. Uh-huh.
Okay. And what the hell you been doing? You got perk?
Man, I ain't got nothing, bro. No weed, no perk, no nothing. Tay finna got down, nigga, 21, nigga, he finna got down. He said he just called his boy. He went on nothing hit back.
Oh, okay. What that folk be want for the week?
No, I got folk got down some 26.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't beat them right now.
Yeah.
Judge, this call was made on the day that the two persons who were YSL associates were killed, Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller. It was after that.
Okay, so 2 YSL associates are killed. And we're going after YSL.
What we've heard is a call, as the court is aware, from Mr. Garlington's wiretap, where he is talking and apprising an associate, unindicted, unnamed co-conspirator, whom we believe is a person called Dwoskin Watt, right? W-R-I-G-H-T.
Just by the way, all of us are unindicted co-conspirators too. Everybody is an unindicted co-conspirator. Just FYI.
Believe that he is a 30 deep member. Nonetheless, regardless of who it is he's talking to, that person is an unindicted co-conspirator as well. In discussing what has just happened, they are alerting one another to something that has happened to one of theirs, and they are letting each other know what, for instance, Oomp and Big Slime did, in that they rushed to the car to get the fire. They had gotten into it. My cousin had told me he just pulled up. He know what happened. I'm fist to pull up, see what come up. All of this precedes the Shamel Drinks murder.
Oh, sorry guys, I thought we had the...
This is YSL associates getting one another informed so that YSL associates can take necessary steps, we believe, to avenge what has happened. and I said big slime. I think that's B slime. And because of all of that, we believe that this is a co-conspirator statement, which furthers the interest of the conspiracy, that is YSL, by allowing them to properly conduct themselves following the murder of 2 of their own associates.
Okay.
Can I just ask for clarification on something, Your Honor? Okay, in Ms. Hilton's spreadsheet, it says time of statement 310 to 325, but then we just heard it. I'm just trying to know what the state's trying to admit. Is it that whole call? Is it just 310 to 325 and the whole call was played for context? I want to know what we're arguing over.
It's 27 seconds to 3 minutes. I said 325, but it was more like 338 seconds. It's not all the way at the end where they're talking about the perks and the 12s and the 20s.
Okay. So I don't know if you have in front of you what Ms. Hilton had provided earlier. In her time of statement says 3 minutes 10 seconds to 3 minutes 25 seconds. So just for clarification, will y'all be intending to play the entirety of what you played just now, 27 seconds to 3 whatever it is?
Yes.
3:20.
So again, they didn't give the proper. They said, "Oh, we're going to use this section," and now they're using this section.
This is why we have
Par for the course
guardrails on trials.
Yes.
The state just leaned over to talk to each other about who this could possibly be. They don't know how to say his name. They think it could be this person. And then they confidently declare he's an unindicted co-conspirator. They don't even know his name.
They don't even know who he is.
This gentleman, whomever it is, that Mr. Garlington is talking about, we've never received a list of unindicted co-conspirators. And it's just...
Okay, I suspect that's because if they knew their identity, they would be indicted co-conspirators. Do you know the...
No.
I know that there are some who they know the identity of, but do you know the identity of this person?
Not with certainty. That's just what, when we asked the question, like, who do you think that this is? Investigator Vivarito said, I believe that is, and she gave us a name.
Okay.
But
that's hearsay.
There was not a further investigation on the recipients or the
You don't even know who it is?
Captured in these calls. It's the context of the calls themselves that allow us to designate the nature of the call.
Okay.
Well, okay. So that call, I don't know how anyone could determine that someone's an unindicted co-conspirator from the nature of that call. They're talking about past events. They're talking about gentlemen. It appears they're talking about gentlemen who were murdered earlier in that day. They're talking about past events. There's no, as far as I can tell, there's no planning. To the extent that they're saying, oh, well, it's co-conspirators keeping themselves apprised.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they can make that statement with such confidence without even knowing who the person is. And I'm aware, Your Honor, that the case law, the declarant needs to be a co-conspirator, not necessarily the receiver. However, if you're going to make the argument it's to keep gang members or associates apprised, then yes, I believe that the receiver also needs to be part of the conspiracy.
Very good point, Maxwell Shard. Very good point, sir.
So I don't see how this furthers the conspiracy in any way. There doesn't seem to be a conspiracy. And I'll say one other thing that is going to be a common thread throughout these arguments. The alleged facts of the Shamal Drinks murder. There's video camera. And there's video camera that puts my client and a car that he's in, and allegedly Demikian Garlington's in that car, although he's never seen on any sort of video. That's the state's allegation. In a separate car is what appears to be Mr. Nichols and Mr. Farley in a car, and I think they're alleging Mr. Boyer is also in that car. They're on video at the gas station. by happenstance, Mr. Drinks pulls up to that gas station after they're already there. Now, let me be very clear. Mr. Stillwell did not commit this crime. However, I will say that Mr. Drinks was shot within minutes of him showing up at the gas station where these gentlemen already were. So, by even the state's theory, there's no conspiracy to kill Mr. Drinks. It's sheer happenstance. And by the state's theory, which we are saying is not true, the decision to kill Mr. Drinks would have occurred within minutes of the death.
Okay,
So
well-
there's not, so it's all based on happenstance, a chance encounter according to the state's theory. There's no grand conspiracy.
The two aren't mutually exclusive in that there could be a conspiracy to kill people whenever you happen upon them. So, I mean,
Okay, and
you can make that argument, but they can certainly make the counter argument.
Okay, and in that case, if that is a conspiracy to kill people, and again, we're just kind of assuming that there's no evidence of that, but nothing in this call furthers any such conspiracy.
Well, honestly, it would have helped to have known what you said after the call, before the call, so that I know what I'm listening for. So I'm going to need to listen to the call again. Okay, and then let's do it the other way for the remaining calls.
Well, Judge, you should have.
Also, there was, since we're rehearing it, I'll tell you that you're going to hear in the call, one apprising the other that SB is laying low with his folks. There's that comment in there, but I'll play it again.
All right.
Okay, let's listen for it, y'all.
Oh, that shit was Chris Lance.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I was just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, what's wrong? I told you that.
Yeah, that's why I got that on. Like, man, that shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more on this.
I don't know. I think he the one that just got shot in the head. I don't. Like, everybody been said he hadn't died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first.
And Judge, just so that the court has further context, Shamel Drinks is DFW, and DFW,
Atkins just stopped her. Y'all.
I'm sorry. I was reading notes.
Oh my God. Like, they don't even know. It's really frustrating, y'all. They are the government. They should be just plowing through this. Plowing right through it.
Timeline might help you as well. So we're going to give you a little bit more background than what I just gave you. We're going to start further back.
So, Your Honor, just so the court is aware, we believe that the Shamel Drinks murder is the culmination of a few different events, really starting in February of 2022. On February 9th, 2022, Rayshawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci, was stabbed in the Fulton County Jail by Jaden Myrick, a YSL associate. He did not pass away, so believing that they wanted to finish the job, on February 22nd, 2022, another YSL associate, Christian Eppinger, reached out to another YSL associate, Antonio Sumlin, to get permission to finish off what Jaden Myrick did not do. That information about Mr. Bennett being stabbed in the jail in February hit the media sometime early March. I think maybe around March 3rd or March 4th is when that information was released to the media. On March 11th, in the early morning hours, that is when Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were murdered. pending that release. We believe that they were murdered by Wyeth and Associates. We have shell casings from the murder scene that match a shooting that happened on March 16th that I'll get to in a moment. After the shooting of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller in the early morning hours on March 11th, there was another shooting on March 12th in which a YSL associate, Stephen Harris, shot at in the direction of 12 Atlanta Avenue, which is a YFN stronghold, hitting a YFN associate. His name is escaping me at the moment. Following that, there is a call that the court will hear in a moment in which there's a shootout on Cleveland Avenue in which Demekion Garlington, and I believe Mr. Stillwell, are involved in a shootout on Cleveland.
Venom, this is yesterday. We're watching yesterday. she certainly changed clothes. We don't see her today. I'm not sure how the New York RICO works, but I know that RICO is shit. And I'm proud to be a Texan and not have RICO laws.
Avenue. Following that, in the morning hours of, I believe it's the 13th of March, it might be in the early morning hours of the 12th of March, there is a drive-by shooting near 2830 Waters Road. This is what we believe is the trap house of Big Nick, who is, I think it's Nicholas Carter, forgive me on the last name, but he is a YSL associate. Following that shootout is when there's some social media postings, Your Honor, in which Shell Kel, who you've heard of, Kelvin Watts, repost a picture with Shamel Drinks, Kelvin Watts, and another individual that could have had some subliminal messaging that they were the persons responsible for killing Christian McMiller and Darius Ford a few days earlier. Those posts were posted around between the 12th and the 14th, Your Honor. Also, there were some other social media posts from YSL associates basically claiming they are not going to be the only ones crying tonight, things of that nature. Then we have the murder of Shamel Drinks on March 14th at about 9:55 p.m. in the evening. And then following the murder of Shamel Drinks, we have on March 16th in the early morning hours around 12 o'clock a.m. another drive-by shooting at 2830 Waters Road, where you will hear some wiretap calls of Mr. Garlington, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Farley actually at the house during the time of the drive-by shooting, or immediately after the drive-by shooting. And then Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols are apprehended on March 17th. So understand that timeline. A number of these early wiretap calls are going to come into that time period with when all those events are happening. Go further and going into the conspiracy. All
right, thank you. That's helpful.
They was like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard you got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had and got there and told him what happened to him. He had them DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like came from Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but
Did she explain who's talking? Like, I feel like she said a lot of words, but I still don't know who the hell is talking.
Quakeway just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, I think them niggas all I rent them folk, man. You know, own folk been going back and forth, they gonna answer.
All I rent?
Nah, not him, but like he little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard it little hits me shit.
Yeah, Quakeway said when B Slime just had the show. On B Slime them got down rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it.
Yeah. That's crazy right now.
My cousin just called me, so he got, you know what, he told me to pull up, he got down, you know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up and goddamn see what the hell going on.
So what the hell, he was coming from the court?
Yeah, man, it went a little cord, man.
Oh, yeah.
It was an Accord?
Traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. You like I be telling the nigga they go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night. I saying to put their clothes on. Okay.
What?
I lose their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Then like somebody got shot in the car. But they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram about 6, 7, I remember about 7, 8 of them somebody. I'm like, damn, that's what it was.
Hey, yeah, man. I ain't know that, man. Them folks blowing my phone up.
You know what I'm saying? Them folks were on one. Them folks, they ain't seen none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
All right. Now, I don't know what happens in this call, but watch Weinstein.
All right, I got you. Yeah.
If the court wants to hear from us first, I can, or...
Go ahead.
Okay. So, Judge, this call is one in which one is apprising the other of what's going on, letting him know. Mr. Garlington letting the other male know about things that may put them in danger.
Oh, so they don't know who the other guy is.
Person believes, one of the opposition members believed that Shannon and Pokey set her up. He's apprising the other male that he's talking to that this person is asserting they know where all the drops and the spots are. In keeping them, one another, co-conspirators, up to date on possible actions that might be harmful to the group. They are allowing each other to remain alert and ready for any action that may come as a result of what this person that they're talking about is doing.
I hear from anybody on the defense side.
Same objections, but I heard a lot of nested hearsay in this. There's speculation. There is, I heard it, they heard it.
Hearsay.
It's replete
Hearsay
with
and
nested
hearsay.
And we still don't have an identification of the person being called.
Right, we still don't know who's on the phone.
For all the reasons that we've said before, I think that this cannot be considered to be something that fits within the particular definition of 801D2E. And I just want to say that the courts have said, and I quote, the proponent of the out-of-court statement is not entitled to a free pass. A judicial determination that a co-conspirator's statement tended to further the conspiracy must be supported by some plausible basis in the record. To that extent, the in furtherance requirement represents a real limitation on the admissibility of co-conspirator statements.
Wow.
Here,
Hold on. Time out. Bruce Harvey just read case law that says exactly the opposite of what's been going on. A limitation on co-conspirators, the furtherance must be proven. That is literally the opposite of how the judge has been applying the law. Like that, the opposite.
Of the conversation is by an unknown declarant. We do not know whether or not that person is part of this alleged conspiracy or even a non-noticed and never noticed alleged co-conspirator. We asked for a list of co-conspirators in November of 2000 or December of 2023. We've never been provided that. And all of a sudden we get into these hearings and everybody in the world, the guy at the gas station, the guy in the corner, Hillary Clinton, they're unindicted co-conspirators. And we find that out when we're sitting here arguing about it. So this is
the guy at the gas station, Hillary Clinton. They're all unindicted co-conspirators. All of my chat, Lauren Cadillac, her 2 children. We're all unindicted co-conspirators. It's a great point. It is a great point because the state keep going, well, that's an unindicted co, that's an unindicted. Like, that's fucking everybody. There needs to be some kind of limitation. There needs to be some kind of boundaries.
is a distinct example of speculation by an unknown declarant.
And I'll add, Your Honor, that, and maybe I'm the only one, but listen to that. I mean, I understand that there seems to be general criminality maybe just discussed, but as far as distinct what they're talking about and distinct crimes, I'm a little lost when I listen to that. So I don't know how, if we don't even really know distinctly what they're talking about, I don't know how we could deem their subject matter part of a distinct conspiracy.
State want to reply.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that the context of this call makes it clear that they are apprising and warning one another of possible harmful actions by an opposition member and keeping one another apprised of possible harm at the hands of opposition is an act that furthers the interest of the conspiracy. The conspiracy being the YSL enterprise, the criminal street gang that is YSL, in keeping their members out of harm's way from being harmed. That type of sharing of information furthers their interest in knowing what the opposition is doing and is about to do and may do to them.
I'm going to rule that that's admissible.
Literally, YFN Whitaker here. Did she not hear the case law Harvey just read to her?
The next call is page 71. Demekion Garlington is asking Shannon Stillwell if he should bring the whatchamacallit, it's a gun, and bringing the whatchamacallit allows one YSL member to be prepared for the opposition that we may anticipate they may be encountering. So we're going to play the call on page 71 of the PDF.
Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, A. Clark, under this prosecution's theory, if you and your neighbors, let's say you are in a neighborhood association, your HOA, and y'all decide to build a sign and it's red, and you say, okay, that's gonna be, our signs in our neighborhood, they're all red, that's gonna be our theme color. Let's get t-shirts that are red that say da-da-da HOA. Kind of like my shirt. Mine says OG Cadillac, and it is available in my merch store. So they, HOA, da-da-da, and then they have a block party, an HOA party, and they're all wearing the same color. They're all promoting the neighborhood. They're gossiping about other neighborhoods. Maybe they have a rival HOA. If they're in Atlanta, they're going down on RICO. Bye-bye, HOA. No more neighborhood block parties. Oh, those families, those families that do family reunions with matching shirts? Going to jail. Straight to jail. I don't like RICO. I don't like RICO at all. I think it's bullshit. Go watch my RICO video. I talk about that.
Giving the court and us what they believe this is about, or are they quoting to a previous call that they're saying provides context? because the state just declared like all of these facts, but I don't know if that's based in fact or just kind of their theory.
Judge, we give the court the reason that we believe that the call is pertinent and the reason that we believe it furthers the conspiracy. If there is an alternative interpretation made by anyone, then obviously that's an argument that they can make. But this is the reason that we're offering and attempting to have this deemed admissible. That's what the court asked us.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll listen to what's on the call.
Your right to a speedy trial does not mean you have a fast trial. It means that you will be tried soon.
Break after this call.
You won't sit in jail for years and years waiting for your trial.
Yo.
Come outside, bro.
Hey.
Yeah.
Brandon Woman calling?
I told you, don't bring it yet, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there more to that conversation, or that's just all we have?
That's all that there is to that call, but we have...
What did that say?
We have other calls during this time, and Ms. Hilton sort of gave the court the timeline, the reason that we believe that this call is referring to a gun. They're not wanting to say gun, and they are obviously arming themselves for what they believe is about to happen as a result of the fact.
I just thought so. I thought I put the call.
He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello?
Yes, Jason.
I was asleep that one.
So, Jason, that RICO case is the one I talked about earlier, the school teacher RICO case. Fonnie Willis was the head DA. She was the Miss Love in that case. And that is why Atlanta is so RICO happy.
You ever said me with dead?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm gonna text you on Sunday, but I'm in the car, right?
Why do you say love?
I love you too. If you want to take me back, you're going on block. You heard me?
Okay.
So, Judge, this one we believe comes in a couple of different ways. Obviously, it's a statement against penal interest that Mr. Garlington is making about him and Mr. Stillwell. He is, as the young lady is apprising him that people said that there were 45 gun shells out there. He is telling her that they're going to get some get back. There's going to be retaliation. Those come in under that exception. The called party, it appears, is playing a role of support to Mr. Garlington as he is telling her what they are going to do. She's apprising him of the number of gun shell casings they said that they found. As he's
how is this not a confrontation clause issue? There's this woman, nobody knows who she is, on the phone. Oh, we can assume based off him loving her, and she's one of a handful of women, but so they don't get to cross-examine her? They don't get to ask her about the shell casings and all of those things? Like, it's by the end of this week, by the end of yesterday, I was so sick of this damn case. It's just making me so angry.
Telling her that they have money on his head and he's prepared for stuff. This isn't going to be easy. Telling her that he had just gotten into a shootout earlier on Cleveland again is a statement against penal interest. But in talking with her and in communicating with her, he is able to further the interest of the conspiracy this furthers the interest of the conspiracy in that he is able to lean on this person for the support that she is giving him through the.
Are you fucking kidding me? Him having a loving and supportive mother, sister, cousin, whatever she was, furthers the conspiracy of the YSL gang? Are you fucking crazy? Like, oh my God. I didn't realize that when I called my son yesterday to check in on him and tell him that, you know, I hope his girlfriend has a safe trip back to Korea today, that we were furthering a gang conspiracy. Gee, so nice to know.
The course of this conversation. So our position is that it comes in, it's a couple of hearsay exceptions that it falls under. Co-conspirator statement and statement against penal interest, and it also is a reflection of Mr. Garlington's state of mind, his statement that they're going to get some get back. So it's sort of a reaction and a present sense impression.
Yeah, Gotti's outfit's looking good. I love this color. I love the
Respectfully, I don't think the case law supports
turtleneck.
Lean on for support exception.
Thank you.
To the hearsay rule.
Thank you,
under
Shark.
801 D2E. This is
Adrian Love is 53 years old.
classic spilling the beans. It should be noted that Mr. Garlington says at the very end, I'm drunk as F. So he's intoxicated, he's talking to a girl, he's likely boasting, trying to seem tough for his own personal reasons that have nothing to do with the conspiracy. And it's not furthering the conspiracy in any way, shape, or form.
I don't believe this would come in under the co-conspirator exception. There are
Thank
portions
Jesus.
of it that would come in as a statement against penal interest, but it's going to need to be a whole lot more narrow than this entire conversation.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the court look at, if the court sees the case the way that I do, I'm not saying that it will, but Mosley versus the state, 307 Georgia 711 at Penn site 717, where at trial, Singleton testified that shortly after
Any individuals on trial selling drugs to pad their own individual pockets. There's nothing that supports the argument that this is some sort of vast conspiracy as alleged in the indictment. So
That is true. We have not seen any evidence
to
that
me,
these people sell
we're
drugs
just
for each other.
end-arounding how to get in bad character evidence about Mr. Stillwell, about talking about drugs with Mr. Garlington. And so I don't believe it's part of any conspiracy. I don't believe it's in furtherance of any conspiracy. And I don't believe it's relevant, and it is prejudicial. And so 401, 403, and hearsay are my objections.
Okay, very good. Several objections. Love that.
I don't hear how any of what gets said in this particular conversation can be in furtherance of a conspiracy, so I'm going to exclude this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Finally, okay.
And Judge, just so that I want to give a little bit more context to calls similar to this with the drugs.
Okay.
In this wiretap, where there are, as they've described accurately, about 60,000 pages of calls, there are more calls, 6,000, there are more calls on this wiretap discussing the sale, the distribution of narcotics than we have time to ever listen to during the course of this trial. So the idea that
Is that what they're charged
the
with?
calls between YSL members are isolated incidents that should not be deemed in furtherance of a conspiracy
Then play the
is
fucking calls.
belied
Oh my
by
God, I
that
hate her.
very real fact that we could show if we sat here and just listened to all of the calls where they're talking about re-upping, selling, running out, who to get it from, where to go get it. So I just wanted to make certain we're not trying to revisit what the court's ruling just was, but I want to make certain.
Well, I don't hear anything in this call about where to get it from or re-upping or anything like that. I just hear them going, yeah, man, I'm not selling any. I'm not either. So
Yes,
there may be another one that might meet the requirements, but this one doesn't.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, Ms. Love. Maybe played one of those.
And so these calls as well, Your Honor, that are coming up are party opponent admissions because they are talking about right before they go to the gas station.
Okay. Which ones are we talking about now?
The ones that are coming up. The ones that are coming up next is on page 333.
Well, page number was unfortunately what I cut off of this, so. I know we don't want to be going by reference numbers, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you can give me a date and time, that's fine too.
Reference number is 326.
Okay.
And the date is March 14th.
All right, I got it.
2022.
9:56 and then 9:59 after that.
Yes.
All right. Is there any evidence that they have any reason to believe Mr. Drinks is going to be at this gas station?
Yes, I'll let Ms. Hilton. When you mean that before they get to the gas station, I think seeing him at the gas station is happenstance. When they see him at the gas station.
Okay. So I mean, I'm wondering. Maybe there's something more going on here. But if they're just talking about meeting up.
No, Your Honor, I don't believe, we don't have any evidence to show that they knew prior to going to the gas station that he was at the gas station. I do think that part was happenstance.
All right, well, I'll just have to listen to what the content of this call is to see whether this might be. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all are saying this one's a party opponent, so I'm sorry, never mind. Scratch what I said. Go ahead.
But we do think that they were on the prowl because Mr. Stillwell earlier that morning on March 14th had rented a car from Alamo at the airport and then went and got the car tinted.
Okay.
And so we do think they were on the prowl.
Whoa. They rented a car and then took to the car to get it tinted? They rented a car and they took it to get it tinted, to get the windows tinted. Who rents a car and then does anything to the car? The car belongs to the car rental company. Why would you improve, fix, change, even wash the car? Why even wash the car? You just got to fill up with gas before you return it. I'm so... They went and got the car windows tinted? To me, that is suspect. That is suspect. That is absolutely a waste of money. But that's suspicious, because, like, regular people don't do that shit. That's weird. Like, red flags. What the F? You're tinting the windows of your rental car? Who does that? Demetrius, you rent a car and then you go tint the windows for free. You just add, you upgrade the car at a cost of $200 to yourself. No problemo. Here you go, rental car. Stop. Normal people don't do that. That's not normal people. No. People with a lot of money are not going to do that. Hey, Plans and Pens. Long time no see. Hertz rep said that's a thing in ATL. Is that what he testified? Sunshine, did the Hertz rep testify that that's a thing in ATL? Because that is fucking weird. Y'all, you don't rent a car and then tint the windows. If you don't want to be seen, use your own damn car. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. That's sus to me. And maybe that's like, you know, lawyers, she's saying dripping is like dripping with blood is ridiculous. She obviously does not have children. But the only reason I know that's ridiculous is because I have children. Yes, they can sue you for damages. They will peel off the fucking tint, and then they will go call your insurance and make a claim against your insurance for it. Car rental companies are shicey and shady. The last thing you should be doing is anything good for them. Fucking weird. My D-boy put tints in my car when I rented it to him. Y'all are fucking weird if you're doing that. I'm sorry. That's fucking weird. I owned my car for like 6 months before I went and got it tinted. And it was the 108 that I was like, fuck, I gotta go. It's just like a real pain in the ass to get it tinted. And why do something for the car rental company? The car rental company is shicey as hell. Oh, okay. It's suspicious in any case. If I heard from you, we're hanging out, and you're like, oh yeah, I tinted my car rental windows, I would question you. I would look at you different. I'd probably run a background check on you, and we wouldn't talk as often. Just saying.
Okay. All right. Understood. Thank you.
Wisconsin? Why do that in Wisconsin? I mean, maybe in Texas it makes sense. It's hot as shit here. It's actually been cooler. It's only been like 95.
I don't think, y'all don't agree. I don't agree. Who knows what it says? But, I mean, it could very well be a part of a conspiracy, and they could be meeting up at the studio to figure out what it is that they're going to do next. That's not for me to determine. That is part of their theory. They can present this evidence in support of that theory. Whether the jury buys it or not will be up to the jury. But it is this I'm going to admit. Do we have lunches yet? Yes? Okay, let's take a lunch break. We can all be back in an hour, right? Yes. Okay, let's be back at 1. Relevant to the order, and it may just be because everybody already had it in their mind that it was true, but I just think it's important to note that the 3 speakers, Ms. Stanley, Mr. Holloman, and Mr. Minder, what their relation to each other was, and Ms. Stanley and Mr. Holloman, it appears, are brother and sister. I think we had already mentioned that Miss Stanley is Mr. Minder's mother, and that makes Mr. Holloman and Mr. Minder uncle and nephew. And then I just wanted to note an additional, there in paragraph 5 of that order, lists out several circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness found by the predecessor judge. And I wanted to add, in addition to adding the familial relationship, that during the conversation between Mr. Minder and Mr. Holloman, Mr. Minder actually states to the effect that this wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been locked up. Essentially that, his uncle would have been under Mr. Minder's protection. And so I think that also provides another kind of indicia of their close relationship. All right, so I just wanted to
May I address?
Go ahead and
Thank you
put
so
that
much.
on the
Okay,
record
here
as
we go.
well.
Here we go, Silver Fox. And no, I don't have a
But
crush.
I'm not. I mean,
I have me
I
a
saw
boo.
that you had already made.
We're
the record,
deeply,
so
madly in
I'm not-
love.
I'm not really.
But I can
considering additional
appreciate a
argument.
beautiful white beard.
Is that what you wanted?
Well,
to
And I appreciate good
just want to respond
advocacy.
to Your Honor, I guess the issues of sufficient or substantial and circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness in the order, Your Honor, indicated that it was apparently, those are the words in the order, apparently a close relationship evidenced by, it says, tone and tenor in that call. And additionally, it says there was an unlikelihood of and lack of a motive for fabrication on GH's part, or Gary Holloman, the deceased. That was in the order to those close contacts. And I just wanted to just make the record, when we objected at the hearing, I want to respond to Your Honor's most recent statements, or the addition there. In the law, as it relates to the issue, and I know you're not wanting to hear any more argument, I don't want to go too far afoul here, but in the argument and in the law, Your Honor, it says that the trustworthiness of the original declarant and whether the circumstantial guarantees of trustworthy are equivalent in significance to the specific hearsay exceptions, as the court is aware.
So I read the entirety of the argument that you made before the predecessor court.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand. Just want to put that on the record for the court's consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. What's our next statement?
Judge, Mr. Atkins will be taking care of that. I'll go ahead and cue it up.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to start with PDF page 360, which is 11 minutes after the call we last discussed, which was 3:57.
Okay.
Where are you at?
I'm out here on Boulevard. That shit dead, though. Going down.
This nigga just sent nigga off the thing, listen.
For real, got you overcoming these now?
Man, we probably got the gas, but them nigga ain't even there, and I ain't picking up the phone.
Damn.
Does anyone understand what they're saying?
Where y'all about to go?
Should probably take that.
Take that?
Yeah.
Alright, they call me.
Alright, love
I need
you.
the bus, I love you too, but I need the bus at too much.
Back that shit.
Hey, man, on FaceTime all the time.
Can anyone understand them? What are they saying?
Your Honor, this call, which is at 2:12 a.m. on March 15th, 2022, so the early morning hours after Shamel Drinks was murdered, it's the state's theory that the utilization of FaceTime or other
FaceTime
applications that are not classic phone calls are utilized either right before or right after or in the preceding moments after crimes. And so the state wanted to highlight that we had just played the call about rolling back through, however you hear, rolling back through the area that was the crime scene based on the cell phone records. This is 11 minutes after that, where this is Garlington and Boyer, who we've discussed, asking again to get on FaceTime. So that's why the state is playing this call and feels that it is a co-conspirator statement. We don't know what they're about to discuss, but in fact, they're going to talk on FaceTime at this specific period of time. Your Honor.
Okay. Is there objection? It appears there is objection. There's just uncertainty as to who's going to voice that objection.
I think we have different objections. I'm going to object.
Okay.
I don't see how this is furthering any conspiracy. I understand that the state wants to get, they have things in these calls that they feel is important and is relevant, but you still need the hook of the hearsay exception if these gentlemen are not testifying. So my objection is that it's not furthering any conspiracy.
Okay.
Before anybody else makes one, just so I understand, so are you going to have some, or have you already had some expert testimony that explains why a FaceTime call might be beneficial for utilizing in a criminal enterprise?
So, Your Honor.
Okay, so that question felt very Glanville-esque in that the question told the state what they needed to do. And I haven't seen Glanville 2.0 here do that with the defense. Okay, well, defense, I assume you're going to be bringing something in that says this, and this, and this. Now, of course, this is the state's case in chief, so that could be part of it, but I'm really starting to get that YFN Glanville vibe coming out of here. Ooh.
Old school Mike. Your Honor, two things. One, Demekion Garlington himself, in a call we have not reached, he explains, get on FaceTime because they can't record that.
Shouldn't you have played that
SHIT.
first, you fucking
so
idiot?
he says that. I don't remember the exact call, but we will get to it eventually. And so, for one, that's his own statement. Number two, I wasn't present when Detective Belknap first testified, and so I don't know if he addressed that, but it's my understanding that Detective Viverito, when she is reached, is going to discuss, because it's intimately wrapped up into this murder of Shamel Drinks from the state's theory.
Okay.
And Detective Racy, who discussed the April 26th shooting of Mr. Dwayne Carter's tour bus, talked about how FaceTime doesn't show up in records.
Okay.
And so...
All right.
Oh, I do remember that.
Thank you.
I do remember that.
I'm going to overrule that objection. Was there another one?
Yes. Come on, Harvey.
It's at the end, Your Honor. This is not, Mr. Williams, not on any wiretap, as you probably could tell. So I was going to ask for an instruction, especially if you let things in that's not in furtherance of a conspiracy, because then that should not touch Mr. Williams. So I was going to do it at the end, but when you asked for, are there any objections? Yes, I'm going to have an overall objection.
Okay, so I mean, this I am admitting as being in furtherance of the conspiracy. So with regard to any that I have let in, not under that basis, but under a different evidentiary exception, if y'all wouldn't mind, I think maybe the only one that's occurred
Look, I
for
love
so
waving
far
around.
is the one that I let in as a statement against penal interest. Okay. And Mr. Harvey had also asked for a limiting instruction as to that. Now, the issue that is still, I'm not sure 100% settled on this, is whether a limiting instruction is appropriate when the evidence is coming in to show, to prove some part of the RICO count, which everybody here is charged with. So
See,
that's what,
now isn't that the,
you know,
I don't know. I just feel like the judge is kind of making.
I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to give a limiting instruction in that circumstance.
remember when I did the appeals video, and I told you when you go to an appeal, you know, the judges up there will just stop you and ask you questions. And that I said you can usually tell how the judge is leaning based off the questions they ask. I feel like that's what's going on here. And it's interesting. I mean, there's been times where I know I'm going to win my side. The judge is looking at my side more favorably. The law says to look at my side more favorably. And I make an objection, and then maybe I didn't make the right one. Maybe I said objection hearsay when it was really irrelevant, right? And then the judge goes, well, irrelevance sustained. So, like, fix the objection for me. But I've never really had a judge tell me how to do my job. I've had a judge tell me I did a good job, like that was smart to bring so-and-so to do your job. Oh, thank you. But I've never had this kind of questioning and stuff, and it does show bias, in my opinion. Even when the judge helps me by, like, correcting my objection, like, shows a little bias towards me, which I like.
I believe it would be because if it's not furthering the conspiracy, and I'm not saying the jury will find Mr. Williams willfully and knowingly joined a conspiracy. I understand that, but the court must have made a finding that there was at least some evidence of a conspiracy. So then it becomes a statement. Right.
You make a good point there. Yes. So I guess yes, you're right. So if I have, and I did for that one, specifically said, I don't find any kind of furtherance of a conspiracy with regard to that one, then yeah, a limiting instruction I would think would be appropriate as to that. So if somebody doesn't mind keeping track of which of those need one, then if y'all would provide me also with a suggested limiting instruction, I would give that. I think that would be appropriate. Thank you.
And Judge, just for the purposes of the court's knowledge about the prima facie showing of a conspiracy overall, there was a finding prior to the court presiding of a conspiracy, that there has been evidence shown of a conspiracy. That finding was made particularly on the record as it relates to count one. Judge Glanville said, he flat out said, I find that the state has presented evidence showing a conspiracy that tends to show a conspiracy.
Okay, sure. But we're talking here about a statement that's not made in furtherance of a conspiracy. Would that statement come in to show as evidence to prove RICO?
We believe that it would. The purpose of the co-conspirator statement is to provide an exception to the hearsay rule,
right.
And the fact that the court admitted it under another exception to the hearsay rule doesn't make it applicable only to proof against the declarant.
Okay, well, I'd love some law. I guess maybe that's still not settled. So I'd love some law from whomever wants to provide me some on that. I mean, that's very nuanced. So we want to get it correct legally. Right. All right.
Okay, I'm waiting for Weldon and Love to go after each other. I think I missed that yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Sure. With the call that we just discussed, number 360, the FaceTime call, what was the court's ruling?
That is in as a co-conspirator statement.
So specifically for that one as made in, like the discussion we just had about.
Yeah, the only one that I have so far, there are two I haven't let in, and one I let in under an exception that wasn't co-conspirator.
Yes, Your Honor.
So for the rest of them, they've all been under the co-conspirator exception.
And Your Honor, for your notes, I believe that was PDF page 152, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next call we're going to be turning to, Your Honor, is going to be 423. And just to give the court a little bit of
backstory in addition to what Deputy Hilton discussed this morning. And so the significance of this is they are speaking amongst each other because they don't initially know, who's at the door. Police respond because of all the shots that were into the home. And so it shows their coordination. And although the phone number, it's...
Did they search the house at that point?
Yeah. Well, they see a gentleman in the house laying down, and then they trying to speak accurately about how this happened. They went into the house. That's right. They went in the house upon seeing someone on the ground and detained all the individuals and then let them go without filing any charges.
They didn't search the house that day. They went in and detained, and Mr. Stillwell was later found to have been wearing at the house the same clothes.
Okay.
But no, they didn't search the house at that time. They didn't have a search warrant for it.
I'd never said anything about them searching the house or not searching the house.
But that's what I asked.
They went in the house and detained people and then released them without charging them because it was
without searching the house.
And without searching the house. They later searched the house.
Okay.
2 days.
And I don't believe anyone is charged, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe anyone in this indictment is charged with anything that was found in the house.
They didn't find anything because they took it out before the police searched the house.
So
they can't hear what you're saying. Pull the mic. Oh, great. We've got a second mic. Good deal.
They found some stuff, but we believe that the things that they referenced in the calls were removed from the house. There was a number of things that were in the house that we know were in the house prior to them searching the house that were not in the house when they searched the house.
Well, based on, and we're going to hear that soon enough.
Yes.
Based on what's about to come up, I'm going to admit that under the co-conspirator exception, since there's apparently some evidence that they were concerned about some criminal activity or contraband or something in the house.
Yes, and I think that the next call might shed more light on it.
So, Your Honor, the next call we're turning to is 472. So the call we just played was at 12:22 a.m. This is at 4:33 a.m. again on March 16th.
You good, Nick?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. What is it?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Who?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Who is he? Who did he say he was?
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah. I'm only about to drop miles off.
Check my out, boy. It's all love, boy. I couldn't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it was all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, what? Man, when I seen it, when I seen it,
Man, what? Man, that whole just, man, boy, listen, boy, I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. Boy, I'm gonna go in, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care about having no run or nothing, boy. Them motherfuckers ain't moving.
Hey, boy, I said the same shit, boy. Somebody really think I'm like, yeah, man.
What's so crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. Actually, I was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get it wrong like him, but I'm not gonna pay for no wrong. Man, listen, boy, I just said, damn, boy. They finna send a nigga to right street with their money like that. My nigga gonna spend this shit on them in the room, man.
Man, what? I'm talking, hey, that's on DV. I'm in there like, boy, I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man. I'm in that beat like, man, damn.
Bro, you wouldn't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, God, boy, and the sticks and shit in the attic.
Oh, the sticks are in the car and in the attic?
That was God, boy.
Yeah, what?
Your Honor, I'll continue playing, but when they're saying that the sticks are up in the attic, it's the state's theory that they're talking about the Waters Roadhouse.
Talk about what?
When we were just discussing what's inside of the home or not inside the home, it's the state's that line about there's sticks up in the attic. Sticks is short term for AK-47s or longer handguns. I mean, rifles. That they're talking about the guns in the attic of the Waters Road home that all these police swarmed after the gunshots. I'm going to continue playing. And also to orient the court, Your Honor, this phone number, which ends in 1103, the state attributes to Mr. Shard's client. So it's Garlington and...
Okay.
That was God. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, get up out of there, bro. Baby. What, they went? Yeah. There you go. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, man. You know how far I go.
Oh, yeah. Pope got down. Blowed up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
Oh, yeah, man. She blowed my shit up.
You saying Shannon okay, man? How long did we do?
All right.
I like that laugh. Ha ha ha!
Yeah. You walk past me first thing, I'm like, well, I know for a fact.
Well, what? You know who she was coming to then.
She say all this the same shit though. She like, cause she like, who house is? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling you, my first time here. She was like, so. Yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mild, I'm smart. I know they saw them folk got her. It took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
I wouldn't even believe. I'm trying to find out the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there. Boy, I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
Well, guess what? We only got caught. This dumb ass nigga, once they legs showing, he think somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes. Top, the motherfucker go popping. So shit.
Oh, God, I said the same shit.
Oh God, why I sat outside 3 minutes, popping. Them motherfucker went to popping. So shit, I went to goddamn ducking and running. They to my soul, why you ain't?
Goddamn, ducking and running.
They to my soul, why you ain't goddamn? I thought it comes on something. They to my, so why you ain't goddamn come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So shit, I was like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad.
All right, let's see what Bruce Harvey has to say.
Have become part and parcel of the same in this case because it's the YSL enterprise, as the state alleged. Those statements, even of past activities, do serve a purpose because they keep cohesiveness. It keeps an us versus a them, and keeping each other abreast of the criminal enterprise's activities, whether the person speaking or receiving that information individually participated in it. The criminal street gangs activities is something that the case law allows as 801d2e, as in furtherance. So I just wanted to highlight that for the court because the state's argument is going to all, when appropriate in this circumstance the state feels it is, it's going to be in the under the prognosy, so to speak, of Kemp, Chafers, and I believe Hassan v. State, which is a March 19, 2024 Supreme Court of Georgia, also discusses this, but I wanted to confirm that. But that's a much more recent decision before citing it to the court. But that's the state's response, Your Honor, in terms of why it's in furtherance.
Can I please respond to that? We're talking about, you know, the state starts by saying, oh, the defense always says it's not in it's retrospective. Well, the state always says, they throw out these buzzwords, cohesiveness, kept them apprised of the events. So the buzzwords from the state are the same. They're accusing the defense of using, but it's the same buzzwords. It's the same thing every single time. And there are just as many cases out there that say retrospective prior conversations are not part of the co-conspirators exception to the hearsay rule. Stafford versus the state. 312 Georgia 811. State versus Lane, 308 Georgia 10. State versus Wilkins, 302 Georgia 156. There are cases after cases after cases that specifically say a retrospective statement that merely recounts what happened. And that's the whole tenor of this conversation, is not in furtherance of the conspiracy. So, you know, buzzwords go both ways, baby. And I'm just as tired of hearing the cohesiveness and keeping people apprised. So,
Get it, Harvey.
There are two ways that this goes.
All right. Thank you, counsel. I'm going to admit this as a statement by a party opponent as to Stillwell and admit it additionally under the co-conspirator exception.
Jiggy, the lawyers have to throw the
Your
other
Honor, the
clients
next
in the
call
bus.
we're going to go to.
That's part of the reason I thought defending with like the prosecuting all of these people and defending all these people is going to be a nightmare, because these people are going to be throwing accusations at each other as well.
Is 512, which is again March 16th, but it's much later in the day. The last call was at 4:33 a.m. This call is at 6:49 p.m. Mr. Harvey, it's page 512.
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry.
I'm on the way to the spot. I just got down, you know, whenever you pop out, I'll pull up on me.
Alright.
Alright.
So, Your Honor, they were Big Nick's spot that they reference is what they refer to the Waters Road address as, and when they're discussing about those other people shot us, and the state's theory is they're talking about the rival gang, and they're stating that it's crazy that no one got hit because there was a significant amount of shell casings at Waters Road, and then he states one of their partners died a few nights ago, which the state believes they're talking about Chamel Drinks, because this happens after that. And so the state feels that this conversation discussing all of those things, even if it's kind of thinly veiled, is again keeping abreast of the gangs, the criminal street gangs' activities, and sheds light on how they are.
Okay, Mikey, I thought cigarettes dipped in PCP were called Sherm. Or is that joints, weed cigarettes in PCP? Those are Sherm? I don't know. I'm not like a drug person. Drugs, like, they tend to interfere with like your goal of going to law school, world domination, that kind of thing. So I really just haven't gotten into them. It's not really been my thing. I will say this though. I had hand surgery like 4 years ago. I don't know. I had, I guess it was 3 years ago. I had hand surgery 3 years ago. And after, they like wheel you into the recovery room, right? And they were like, are you in pain? I was like, yeah, I'm in pain. They gave me some drugs. And then I said, they said, are you still in pain? A little while later, I was like, yeah. So they gave me more drugs. And then I got the drug and I was like, oh my God, like, and I said, what drug is this? And they said, fentanyl. I said, I totally understand the opioid crisis now. This shit is wild. Like, it took away my pain. Like, not just physical pain, but, like, all of my mental pain and anxiety gone. Just gone. So, that's why I don't do drugs. Because I know I could really like them. I said, don't give me this shit ever again. Oh my God. Goodness gracious. We've always called the sticks boonies or the sticks, but they've already. It's okay, Mikey. I brought it up. I'm the one who brought up. Oh no, you brought up the PCP, and then I said sure, but okay, Jiggy. That is how people get hooked. This shit is wild. It is so strong. I don't even like talking about it. I go to every Wednesday. I go to this dog park with these people. We train dogs. It's called all breed obedience training. Google it. But as you can imagine, since we're a club and we meet weekly, most of our members are pretty old. And there's this guy Fred. He's old. He's like 79 now. Like this last year, I had told him my story about the fentanyl. He had been a pharmacist, and I told him my story. And then like a year after I told him my story, so sometime like last year, he had a kidney stone. And so he went to the ER or whatever, because, you know, he's like dying of pain with the kidney stone. And they gave him fentanyl. And he said the same thing. Oh my God, now I understand. Like the opioid crisis makes sense now. That itch is wild. I had morphine with my car accident, and I could feel like the warmth through my body. And I was like, well, I will never be able to do heroin because of that morphine push. I knew that. But man, then I had that fentanyl, and other people had the same response. That shit is wild. So stay as far away from that crap as you can. Oh, plans and pins. I get a Demerol and Lauren are no bueno. Demerol makes me like so like speedy high, and then I'll like clean my hospital room, but like 2 hours later I crash and I'm in so much pain I want to die. Okay. No, I don't do it. Won't do pain meds. Even after my car accident, I was on pain meds for a while, and it was a bad car accident. But eventually, I said, "Nah, I'm just gonna have to live with pain." Okay. Yeah, like I am telling you, like regular people like people who go to work every day, who have advanced educations, that kind of stuff. They go into the hospital. The hospital gives them fentanyl. And either they completely understand the opioid crisis or they become part of the opioid crisis. Okay. Not me. Keep me away from that shit. I could tell. It's too good. Too good. Okay, sorry. We're off on a tangent. So, Miss Love tried to get Steele kicked out yesterday. If so, someone tell me when, so we can watch that together. Otherwise, we're going to probably end up missing it.
The murder of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford, and the Watersboro shooting. So I wanted to clarify that. And also, Your Honor, there's a reference of getting the...
I really thought fentanyl was better than morphine. So, I've never tried Suboxone, but methadone, I think is probably more like morphine. It's not the same. Not the same. Venom says, as black people, we say the sticks is people who live outside the city. Yeah, wouldn't you say they live in the sticks? But if you say the sticks are in the trunk of the car, you don't mean the sticks. You don't mean the outside of the city. Nobody's put the outside the city in the trunk of the car.
The address where an op was the night before we got him. And so this discusses past events of running into a rival gang member at the hotel, but also references, be on the lookout for this black Durango, and also has references for future conspiracy activities of getting addresses of opposition gang members. The state does not know exactly who Mr. Garlington is speaking with, but a conspiracy can be furthered because Garlington gaining this information and discussing this still furthers the criminal street gang conspiracy. But I wanted to give all that information to the court.
All right. Thank you. Any?
No, they
Borrow
had
Mr.
an
Harvey's
expert.
term about nested hearsay.
They had an expert come say that sticks meant guns. They have proven that sticks means guns. They had an expert talk about it in this context. And so they've already outlined, at least for hello, Lauren. As far as this trial is concerned, they have proven sticks are guns. Okay. Oh, so I heard Steele was going in front of the Supreme Court. I didn't know that it was going to be for his contempt hearing. That's going to be awesome. I can't wait to hear that. She called a break after the Steele convo, 2:50 break. Okay, we'll get there, I guess. If we haven't already.
From my understanding, this call, and I'm going by the state's notes as well, this call has Garlington relaying what SB's cousin, that would be my client's cousin, said to him about being followed.
Okay, so it must be right here?
As we, the enterprise, go through it.
Well, the way I hear it, Your Honor, respectfully, is that Garlington may opine like that's what Mr. Farley needs to do, but there's no directive or plan to convey that to Mr. Farley, as far as I can see in this call. So, I mean, even if it does mean he needs to ride it out, I mean, that anyone could say, oh, someone else just needs to be patient, you need to ride it out, you need to let the criminal justice system run its course. But the state, I think, is making a huge jump from that to, oh, he needs to be quiet. And
well, right after that, he says, don't put my name in that.
Well, and that's to me.
So, I mean,
that's Mr. Garlington's.
This may not be that every indicted and unindicted member of the co-conspirator is on, a Zoom call saying, all right, here's how we're going to do this. But everybody doesn't have to know every little thing everybody's doing under the law. So I'm going to admit this under that exception.
Your Honor.
Yes, I can't see what time this clock says.
I heard a reference
here it
to
comes,
I think is my name. And
Here
I
we
would
go.
ask the court to exclude that.
Yes. Can y'all redact that out, please?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
And of course, we'll do as the court instructs. We do have a point at which we believe later on in trial that we would be presenting evidence, and we would ask the court's permission, bring it up to the court as Judge Glanville had instructed us to do so. There will be a point where we believe it will become necessary to bring up the fact that there has been representation of multiple persons, or an attempt to provide representation for multiple persons in YSL. By Mr. Steele, he is correct that we were instructed not to bring up his name before we brought the issue before the court so that the court hears it. The court may or may not be aware that prior to trial actually starting with this jury, we had a hearing on whether or not Mr. Steele should not be qualified to represent a party in this case. The judge determined that there was not a conflict, but also noted that the case may be that the state has the right to present that evidence, but before we do, we have to bring it to the court's attention and litigate that issue.
All right. Well, at this point, y'all haven't done that yet, so excise his name.
Yes.
And when do you expect to get to that point?
Because this is, I believe, the second reference that we've had, there will be multiple times. We didn't want to bring it in, like piecemeal here, piecemeal there. So it would be later on, like at the latter part of the trial, around the time that we present the Drinks murder, that we would be bringing up Mr. Steele's representation.
She's obsessed with
Give
Steele.
the court permit. I mean, we're going to bring it to the court.
You know that thing in Mean Girls? The meme from Mean Girls says, "Why are you so obsessed with me?" Steele needs to put that with love, because this woman is freaking obsessed with him. This is not the first time.
Okay. So, I don't know. Obviously, we'll need some more non-jury days at some point besides what we've had this week to sort out other issues that we know are on the horizon. But right now, let's just take his name out.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let's leave his name out of that, no matter what my ultimate ruling is on why it might ultimately be relevant. All right?
Yes.
Why don't we stop and take a restroom break? Be back at 3. Gives everybody about 12 minutes.
Okay. Steele didn't even have to respond to that one.
Following a cousin of your client. That must mean your client has committed some crime against a member of that group. I mean, yes, it could be, put together that way, but it's hardly like, oh, A equals B, therefore C.
Well,
it just isn't.
This conversation occurs days after a murder occurred that my client is charged with.
I understand.
And I think the state knows exactly why they want to get it in, and that's why they want to keep the reference to my client's cousin saying it. It's they want the truth of the matter asserted to be brought in front of the jury.
Yep.
And it's if their interest is just that they're aware, then there's no reason that they're aware that people are following them. There's no reason to include SB's cousin. They could just put it. They could just put Quay or whatever. Quay said this, and they don't lose anything.
Okay, so what they lose is then they're just saying, hey, some random person is getting followed by a Durango. Right. And that's what they don't want to lose.
In the context of the conversation, no, I don't think it's just some random person. It's obviously someone they're associated with and concerned about because they're talking about it. So it's not just some random person.
All right, I can listen to it again, which I don't need to do here. I will just circle back and listen to this one again.
And Your Honor, I'd also point out that Mr. Shard is making a 403 argument, and given that there's nothing about this belief on their part that is substantially more prejudicial than probative of the fact that they believe that this Durango is following a member or a family member of one of their group, and that belief is being shared, and in order that they do something, that they act accordingly. They're participating in the enterprise by...
Yeah, that's not his argument. His argument is that because the Durango is following a relative of Mr. Stillwell, that must mean that Mr. Stillwell committed the crime against their group a few days before, which is what I'm saying is a whole lot of building blocks having to be stacked on top of each other. But I will take another listen.
And it's not that it must mean that. It's that it's evidence of that.
And I mean, if it is, it is. I mean, that's why the state puts up one case, and if the defense chooses, they put up another case, and in between there, they cross-examine all of the state's witnesses so that all of the different theories can...
Venom, you can get the bag by clicking on the merch link. We definitely have the bags for sale in the merch. Handed some out at the meet and greet in Atlanta, which was a huge success. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you, everyone that's here. I'm Lauren Cadillac. This is Cadillac Law. We're watching the YSL RICO recap for this this week.
Presented before the jury that y'all, all the sides want presented, and they can sort out what they believe to be the facts and apply those facts to the law.
But I'm not going to be cross-examining Demekion Garlington, and I'm not going to be cross-examining Quay.
No, but you are going to make a closing statement, I would suspect. So, I mean, it's how trials work. So I will take another look, and I'll let y'all know.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, the next call we're turning to is reference number 2119, PDF page 2145. This is on April 1st of 2022, and the state, this is defendant Stillwell on a contraband phone talking to Demekion Garlington about a number of things. He discusses, so there's a lot of discussion about the Chanel Drinks murder where, and we're going to ask to play this entire call, but defendant Stillwell says he doesn't know why Miles got out of the car, referencing to Miles Farley. And Miles Farley was arrested April 1st as well, which is the same day that this call was made. He also discusses we had referenced this some earlier, but they're kind of like they're trying to decipher how Farley is handling getting arrested on this serious charge of murder. But there's a lot discussed, but we would like to play it. But it mentions a number of different relevant circumstances.
Okay. Reason to share inaccurate information. It only furthers their purposes to be truthful about what's happening so that they can further protect themselves and inoculate themselves from any harm coming from this man talking. So the harms and dangers of hearsay that are normally present when, the whole reason it's kept out is, we don't know if it's true or not, are handled and dealt with by the circumstantial, I hate to use this, guarantees of trustworthiness given that are present in the way that this statement comes about. It's told in a way, it's relayed in a way that indicates it's shared in order to help, not to harm Mr. Nichols, to help all of them and keep them safe. So it's layered co-conspirator hearsay, if you will, but that first...
Yeah, this is right before Harvey goes buck wild.
Relaying of information.
Okay, before Harvey goes crazy, hey Black Butterfly, hey everyone who's here, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate everyone, your super chats, your Cashapp donations, your likes, your subscribes, your hearts, your everything. Sorry, I just hit the mic. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Jiggy, to answer your question, honestly, my favorite part of Atlanta was meeting people from the chat. Okay, that was so exciting. There were several of you there, and I would meet them and I'd say, what's your name, in the chat, so that, and it was cool. Like, for instance, Nene, she's like this big, which is a mother of 4. How she carried 4 babies, I swear to goodness, she's tiny, but a little firecracker. So it just was really, that was my favorite part, is like meeting. We have been on this chat together once a week for damn near a year now. So to finally be able to like put faces to usernames was really, really cool. That was really cool. So thank you for asking me that. That was definitely my favorite part of Atlanta. My least favorite part of Atlanta, I went and visited, did I tell you this story, guys? I'm a huge 2 Chainz fan. He's also a Virgo. A lot of what I know about like hip hop is because of him. And so when I found out that he had opened a strip club called Candyland, I really, 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 really wanted to go there. So I was going to be in Atlanta. I had promised myself I would go there if I was in Atlanta. I went there. I went there with a couple of viewers. I went there with a couple of people who had joined us at the meet and greet. We kind of went to a second meet and greet at Candyland, and 2 of the strippers basically stole from us. They did dances we didn't agree to, and then turned around and said, oh, you owe me $40 for the dances. So that was like a very Atlanta experience, right? Like, thank you, Candyland, for making it truly, truly Atlanta. I wouldn't go there if I was you. Okay, but I had fun nonetheless. I had fun nonetheless. I had so much fun with the viewers. It just really didn't matter. It didn't matter. So it was really fun. All right, I just wanted to address those before we get into this Harvey about to go apeshit. We'll be closing up soon here. Next week, they come in on Monday. Woody will still be on direct examination. I do believe cross-examination should start next week, but I don't think it'll be anywhere near done next week at all. So I think Woody will be on the stand all the way through the week of Labor Day. I think so. Okay, that's what I said, Jiggy. Like, it's really not Atlanta if someone doesn't try to scam me. So it was a whole Atlanta experience, and I appreciate it. So thank you to the dancers at Candyland who tried to rip us off. Oh, the best part is we had to pay a valet $20, and then he told us where to park our car on the street. He didn't valet the car. We gave him money and he pointed to a spot and we parked our own car. Shit. Shazza, I'm going to assume that there will be tech issues on Monday because it's still Mercury retrograde. So we're all having tech issues. We're probably all going to feel the retrograde through Labor Day, though it will be over next week. So Monday will be interesting. I feel that this prosecution will kind of drag things on with a witness because they're afraid of the defense doing the cross. So I think we may even see Woody still continue cross into Tuesday because they don't want the defense going. So in my mind, they kind of like slow things down and delay to stop that. So same thing happened to you at Magic City. That's how they do. Okay, well, good. I'm glad to know it wasn't just Candyland's fault. But I was pretty bummed. You know, I really love 2 Chainz. So, okay. Let us get to Harvey popping up. Here we go.
Declarant Mr. Nichols saying it to Onfunk, it would be definitely a statement against penal interest. But Mr. Greer, who is Onfunk, sharing that information is a co-conspirator statement, which we believe gets us past this idea that this is nested hearsay. And as far as the 403 argument that is being made, in order for it to be so unduly prejudicial as to permit its exclusion, it would have to lure the fact finder into declaring guilt on a ground different from proof specific to the offense charged. And that just doesn't exist here. So we don't believe that they have met, and by they I mean the opponents of this information coming in, they have not met their burden of showing that this statement from Onfunk regarding Nichols telling on himself and basically Nichols trying to get help for himself, like bro needs to pay for a lawyer. We did it for him. We don't believe.
Hey, no, sir, Mr. Harvey, stop.
First of all, Harvey jumps up, whoa, hey. Then the judge, just like it's a kindergarten class, she's, no, Mr. Harvey, no, Mr. Harvey. I love it.
We will get to your objection in a moment.
Okay, hold on.
Reason to share inaccurate information, it only further. And basically, Nichols trying to get help for himself. Like bro needs to pay for a lawyer. We did it for him.
Watch him.
We don't believe.
Oh no. It's as if he was like tying his shoe, and then whatever she just said like registered in his brain. He's like, whoa, wait. Brilliant.
Hey, no, sir, Mr. Harvey, stop right now. Stop right now. Stop right now. Mr. Harvey.
Stop right now. Stop.
Mr. Harvey, sit down. I am not going to have you interrupt the court.
Look at Shard.
You may object in just a moment. We will get to your objection in a moment. Go ahead.
Oh, look at his face. Shit. He's pissed. Oh, he is.
There has been no showing that this information is so substantially more prejudicial
than probative that it should permit the exclusion of what we believe is obviously relevant evidence.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harvey, your objection. I don't even understand that to be what she said. Okay, well, the record will reflect what she said, but I understood her to be talking about what was being said within the context of this conversation we just listened to.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
go ahead, Mr.
I'm going to listen to it again. Offline, not in court.
Your Honor, this is where I'm at with this. Just because the state says something is so doesn't make it so.
Exactly.
And
We've been
the
saying
state
this for
is saying,
years.
oh, well, this was done in furtherance of the conspiracy. This was done in furtherance of the conspiracy. The whole point of the hearsay rules, and I understand that the confrontation clause might not be implicated here, but the hearsay rules, the whole point of the hearsay rules is you get to see who's saying it, know what their basis is, you get to cross-examine them, they come to court, etc. And the problem here is the state is just sitting here saying, oh, well, clearly Mr. Umfunk did this to further the conspiracy and clear. How do we know? How does she know? Maybe Umfunk, I'm not saying this is the case.
Don't they have to prove that?
Umfunk was involved. Umfunk would have every reason to shift responsibility to other people.
There we go.
What about the next line in the
there we go
ladder that we have? We don't know what people's motivations are, and just because the state says, well, their motivation was to do this or do that, she's not inside Unfunk's head.
Brain, thank you.
She's not inside Rel's head. So I
thank you.
That their argument that they can just label things as hearsay exceptions and it makes it so.
Well, I understand that. I take what everybody says as your argument in support of your position. I don't accept it as fact. It's an argument. I hear the counter argument. Sometimes I hear a lot more counter arguments back and forth after that, and then I make a determination about whether our evidence rules permit this particular evidence. The point of the hearsay rules and all of the evidence rules is so that, to the extent the court can help it, only trustworthy information gets before the jury. And that's what we're trying to sort out here. So I understand that the stakes are high. I think that this might be a good time to break for the day. I will re-listen to this. Mr. Adkins, if you can find, either the date that I can find the motion or the case law itself, just send that to Ms. Pursfield. She'll send it on to me. Okay.
And I will try to get the court and send to Mr. Atkins what I read to the court as the transcript of
That would be great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I know that y'all are all going to hate to hear this, but sometime during the day tomorrow, and I don't know when, and I don't know how long it's going to be, people are going to...
Okay. What a week, huh? We've been together for 4 hours now, you guys. We will come back on Monday to Woody on direct. Woody will then transition into cross. And that cross, I'm going to imagine Shard. Well, I don't know how long Shard will have with him, but I'm going to imagine on that cross, Steele will have at least 3 to 4 days of cross. At least. Then you're going to have 2 to 3 days of recross, which is just going to be the prosecution rehammering stuff because they don't know how to do their job. No, Steele's wife never made an appearance. Plans and pens. It was sad. It's too bad. All right. I mean, it's just, I didn't play Steele. Yes, I did. Oh, you want me to go to the very end? Okay. Oh, let me show you my screen. So when I met, what's her name? Nikki Hilton. She was wearing that pink suit. I'll go to Steele. I'll get there in a second. She was wearing that bright pink suit. She said she got it at Ann Taylor's, so I went on their website to check it out, and I love this suit. Look how cute this is. These are only $47. Isn't that cute? Wouldn't that be fabulous on me? I hardly ever even wear suits anymore, though. Like, I feel like in my mind I wear suits all the time, but if I'm honest, I'm not wearing suits very often at all. I hardly ever go to court anymore, and it is so effing hot.
Come in to work on what hopefully will be.
All right, here we go. We'll do Steele together,
sound
guys.
Issues we seem to have a lot of last week, and there are a couple of other things going on that the court needs to deal with as well. Not with regard to this case, just. In terms of scheduling tomorrow, it's going to be quite a challenge to figure out when we might actually be able to get here and use the courtroom for any, amount of time that will be worthwhile. And so we are not going to have a court day tomorrow. Y'all may have other cases to deal with, but to the extent you don't, please, continue to work on this case. We still have a lot of non-jury work to do. I think we did a good job this week of getting to the things that will be coming up in the next several weeks. So thank y'all, everybody, for working hard on that. And we're going to have to circle back on, the stuff that is still facing us in this wiretap and some other things.
No, it's not at the end. Well, then what about Steele do you want me to?
Witness 61 through the end.
What do you want me to show? I think we've seen it all. Jiggy said somebody give Bumpus that website. Jiggy Bumpus, Caleb Bumpus is well aware of Ann Taylor. Every professional woman in America is well aware of Ann Taylor. All right. For Always Forever, I'm in DFW. My name is Lauren Cadillac. I am an attorney in Dallas, Texas, the DFW area. I practice real estate. That's highly litigious, so I am a litigation attorney. However, so I don't do criminal defense, but I do enjoy watching trials. So that's how I got here. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. I will be back on Wednesday to talk about Sarah Boone. We talked about her this last Wednesday. If you missed it, go check it out. Next Wednesday, we'll do Sarah Boone, and then next Friday, YSL update. Apparently, they only have trial 3 days because of the Labor Day weekend. So, that'll be a fun recap on Friday. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. I appreciate you so, so very much, and I will see you next time.